one has more on the format, as Kristen was just mentioning, the set of rules the two sides agreed to, and how different this debate night will look because of it. So talk to us about the rules.
Well, Anderson, one of the biggest changes I think the viewer at home will see is no audience will be a part of this debate. It'll be the two candidates and the two moderators in the room there. Kristen, you heard mention that the microphones will be turned on for the designated speaker at the time they are designated to speak in the debate. His opponent's microphone will be turned off at that time. Timing lights are visible to the candidates throughout the debate, so they'll know when their time is running out. And the two candidate podiums are 8 feet apart from each other. Obviously, that's a lot closer than these two candidates were to each other on the debate stage compared to 4 years ago when we were in the height of COVID.
And what are the rules regarding how each candidate is supposed to respond to questions?
So the way that the debate is set up, and these are, CNN's format that both campaigns agreed to in order to participate in the debate, was that there would be a big macro topic, and candidate A will get a question on that topic. They will have 2 minutes to answer that question. Then there will be 1 minute response from candidate B, if you will, and another 1 minute response from candidate A. And then it flips the other way, staying within the broad topic area, but a different slice of a question related to that topic. Candidate B will get 2 minutes at that starter question. Candidate A gets a minute to respond. Candidate B gets a minute to respond. Of course, Jake and Dana at moderator discretion can ask a 1 minute follow-up, Anderson. I would note also, though, these candidates, once they hit the debate stage, there is no staff, no aides. They can't communicate with their team until after the debate has concluded. So the viewer will be seeing at home the sitting president and the former president, an unprecedented debate, and they will not, during the course of the debate, be consulting with any aides.
All right. David Jellian, thanks so much. Joining us now is Biden biographer Evan Osnos, Republican strategist Scott Jennings, and former Trump White House communications director Alyssa Farrar-Griffin. Evan, you've reported and spent a lot of time with President Biden over the years. How does he prepare mentally, emotionally for big moments like this?
He does a lot of preparation. He can, right down to the last minute, he'll be marking up a speech. In this case, of course, there's no speech. Really, this is not about stuffing your head full of facts and figures. This part of the process is about poise, getting enough command and comfort with what's about to happen that when you get up on stage, you are comfortable lacing those facts into your comments. And let's face it, also preparing for whatever it is Donald Trump's going to try to do to get under your skin. And we know for a fact, as MJ mentioned earlier, that they have they're helping him try to visualize the space. That's very important. Even all the way back in 1960, Richard Nixon didn't really have a good sense of the room in a debate. He spent too much time looking at the clock. People thought he didn't look enough into the camera, and it hurt him. So that's the kind of thing they're thinking about.
Alyssa, based on MJ Lee's reporting, what do you think of the way President Biden seems to be preparing for this versus the former president?
Well, he's certainly leaning into hunkering down. I'm actually surprised by the level of specificity and detail we're getting from White House sources about
Seems like a lot.
How he's preparing and the kind of topics he's focusing on. I assume that's meant to telegraph that he sees this as highly important, but I also think it raises the stakes and expectations of how he's going to perform. What he's going to run into is this. Biden loves to defend his record. He feels like he's not gotten enough credit for it. But what happens is you're looking backward. He also needs to be able to defend his record, but look forward and present a forward-looking vision. And all the while being up there,
what's up, Donnie?
Who is known to try to throw him off of his balance, who's going to try to throw in jabs when it's his time to speak. And I think it's always a little bit harder for the incumbent in these debates.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, legendarily.
Yo, Donnie, let me know if the audio is good. We're just warming up here. It's a little early, some minutes or hours before the debate, but I'm just going to get it cracking right now. But let me know if the audio sounds good, bro. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Incumbent presidents have a really hard time on first debates. They haven't been confronted, the way they do on a campaign. They are used to people sort of kowtowing to them.
And if you're Joe Biden, you can't believe you've got a 38% approval rating. You can't believe these polls that say that people remember the Trump presidency more fondly.
And you just need to explain it to them why.
If you just listen to me talk about how smart I am, you will also know. When I think about these two, I think about them being like musicians, and Biden is going to be like a technical, he's reading off the sheet of music, and Trump is sort of like the guy with the cowbell, exploring the studio. One technical, one vibe driven. And, in this thing, are people really listening for specific policy, or are they looking to see, are you plausible? Do you seem like you could be plausible for 4 years? This is hurting Biden because people think he's too old to serve another 4 years.
I think this is, Evan, this is why I think it's just going to be so fascinating. I co-moderated the second debate in 2016, the Hillary Clinton debate, right after the Access Hollywood tape. And that was where Trump was sort of wandering around on the stage. And the tension was so extraordinary. This is that tension times, I don't know what. To Scott's point of sort of, Biden is about policy and
they got nobody is going to be in the audience. There's no audience. They'll be standing 8 feet apart from each other. No audience at all. It's just these two. And the microphones are going to be on only for the allotted time that each respondent can speak. Okay, so but they're going over the rules right now. So let's hear it.
Trump is about kind of riffing and this weird political jazz.
But it's also, in the end, the thing that Americans are really looking for is somebody who is in command of the moment, in command of themselves, somebody who's able to convey a sense that they understand the gravity of the job. A lot of this in the end comes down to who can convey the sense that they will be a more normal president. Bruce Reed, one of the senior policy advisors who's spending a lot of time with Biden in debate prep, said to me earlier this year, look, America is a normal country and Americans are normal people. What he means by that is fundamentally there is a level of exhaustion out there. We all see it when we talk to voters, when we talk to our friends and family. People want to have politics take up less space in their minds. And part of the goal is the person who can get up on that stage and say to you, look, I've got this. And it's not clear in a lot of people's minds that Donald Trump has the capacity for self-control, or let's face it, that Joe Biden can convey the kind of vigor that he needs to on that stage.
Alyssa, the advantage Biden had the last time was, he was not the incumbent and Trump was, and there was a lot of animosity and a lot of, angst, and Biden was more of a blank slate. He's now in the position where he's not a blank slate, and Trump is, our memories, we're short.
Well, and
our memories are very short.
I painfully rewatched the first debate, and you very much see that Donald Trump is more on his heels. He's defending the COVID response. Joe Biden's able to work in jabs at him. Yes, the onus is more on the incumbent, but let's think for a second how much has happened since Trump left office. Roe v. Wade comes down. January 6th happens. You have 88 felony indictments. You've got the criminal felony charges. You have both candidates investigated for mishandling classified documents. There's actually a wealth of things for Donald Trump to have to defend as well. So what I'm curious to see is how much are his advisors able to break through to him to say, don't get caught up, relitigating January 6th or talking about the stolen election, and go back to the economy, to the border, issues that he's actually strong on.
Scott, the chances of him relitigating his thoughts on the election, it seems almost inevitable.
The smart answer is, look, everybody here has different opinion than me. You know what my opinion is. I know what yours is. What we need to talk about is inflation, immigration. If he did that every time it was brought up, that would be a huge win. There's a lot of things for him to do here. I hope he actually speaks to the moment we're having on anti-Semitism in this country. Remember, Joe Biden launched his campaign. He said, because of Charlottesville, we've got this issue in Los Angeles this week. We have these anti-Semitic events all over the country. I know it's not one of the top issues everybody's talking about, but to me, it is fundamental to how Biden got into this race and why he said he was running. And I think Trump could cause some havoc on that stage if he used it at the debate.
He did, sit down to dinner with a neo-Nazi, didn't he? So he has weaknesses on that front as well, does he not?
Oh, he certainly does. And that is a conversation that, by the way, should be had. And I suspect our moderators will be prepared to fact check if anyone whitewashes either of their records. But I think Scott's right that he can call into question, well, you were supposed to kind of bring about healing. You were supposed to get us past this moment. But that's where Biden, the onus is so much on him to remind people of the worst things Donald Trump has done and said.
The other thing, Evan, is does the former president just attack Biden on, the former president has been saying awful things on the campaign trail about, he's on drugs, he's, not all there. Does he just do that directly to him for?
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, thanks, Donnie. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I mean, let me know what you think about it. But to me, it seems like it's going to be wild, and people are coming for to the debate for the entertainment that Trump is going to bring. I mean, I know that unless he surprises everybody and is factual, on top of all the issues, more competent and knowledgeable on the issues than Biden per se, that would be a surprise. But one thing I suspect more so is Trump style is just to be wild, loud, you know. But I'm curious. But what do y'all think about that? I mean, what do you think Biden's approach is going to be, and what do you think Trump's approach is going to be?
The bulk of this debate throughout this debate. I mean, when I heard that David Chalian was saying that there's 8 feet between them, I mean, one of my thoughts was, does he honor that 8-foot distance? I mean, does he?
I think that this podium arrangement will kind of confine him to his side of the ring, frankly. It'll be pretty weird if he begins wandering over there. But I have no doubt he's going to bring up this notion, this kind of idea that they're pumping up Biden with something to make him perform. Look, the fact is, I don't expect Biden to shy away from this if he's going to be attacked on a personal basis. One of the words you begin to hear from the campaign, and I've heard it from Joe Biden himself talking about Donald Trump, is the word loser. I would not be surprised to hear Joe Biden use that word on stage to see what the reaction is from his opponent.
That's going to be interesting. Let me see here. Do you think that Biden is going to call Trump a loser? And, I'm curious about it. I mean, do you think Trump can get Biden outside of his self? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. But what are you all looking for in a president? I mean, do you want a sensible president, somebody that's all business, no fun, sensible, sensitive to people's situation? Or do you just, what do you want? Or is that not important? Is it more, you want rough talk and it doesn't really matter if you can follow it up, but just, say rhetorical, have rhetoric that just goes down the same lines of what people want to hear, like get the foreigners out. What else would there be? Oh yeah, like the last election, he talked a lot about China, but then when he got into power, he did the exact opposite. Same thing with Kim Jong-un. He talked real rough, and then all of a sudden became, they solved their problem overnight. I mean, what do you guys think and expect is going to happen from this debate? Yeah, just let me know what you think about that. Let's see here. Is this coming back up? Debate, it's going to be on in 2 hours, so I'm going to cover a few things before everybody gets in here and before we get started. But let's see how they lay it out.
So that when they watch it, they can understand how President Biden and President Trump will be engaging with each other. Tomorrow night, just after 9 p.m. Eastern, President Biden will enter from the right side of your screen. President Trump will enter from the left side of your screen.
That's actually tonight.
Podiums are 8 feet apart. Directly across from them, the moderators, CNN's Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. Now, a reminder, this is a television studio. There's no audience. Candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions and 1 minute for responses and rebuttals. At the moderator's discretion, there may be an additional minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. So how does a candidate know how much time is left to speak? Attached to the cameras in the studio and in the candidate's field of view are the timing lights. When the lights show yellow, there are 15 seconds left in a candidate's answer or response. When the lights flash red, there are 5 seconds left. And when the display is solid red, the time is up. At that point, the candidate's microphone will be turned off, and the other candidate will have their microphone turned on. My colleague, Victor Blackwell, has more on that.
Thank you, Phil. If we go behind the podiums, you can see 2 green lights. When they're on, they signal to the candidate his microphone is on. When the green lights are off, they signal to the candidate his microphone is off. Now I want to give you a sense of what it will look like for viewers at home if a candidate whose microphone is off interrupts a candidate whose microphone is on. So I'm standing at one podium, and I'll ask Phil to come in and take the other podium. And so let's say I'm answering a question. My light is green, and I'm speaking. Phil's microphone is off, and his green lights are not. He's going to interrupt me as I'm speaking, and this is what it will sound like. My volume remains constant, while Phil's interruption can be difficult to understand.
Let's try the opposite. My microphone is now on. Victor's microphone is off, and he's going to interrupt me. My volume remains constant, while Victor's interruption can be difficult to understand. CNN's production team has shared this demonstration.
Yeah, my mic keeps going off. Sorry about that, y'all. Before Kamala Harris, there had been no other woman that has served as vice president. And right now, pretty much what we have is two elderly men, right, that are running for office. And that's usually something you see in dictatorships, people getting old with power, it's kind of a sad thing because it shows that the possibilities aren't there. You just don't have many choices. That's what it says. And a lot of people are disappointed by that. And I am too, but I'm not so disappointed that I lose my understanding about what else is going on. And how I see it is that the Democratic Party is more like a well-oiled machine. The president, the person that they suggest to be the president, is not the thinker necessarily of the party, is not the brains behind the party platform, but it's the candidate that can best explain the party platform to the public, that the public might want it or accept it from. And in the US, in a lot of countries around the world, it's become a small club, of people that are allowed to be trusted with power, and I think when you have two elderly men up there, particularly in the US's case, two elderly white men, right? It's a little strange because right now you're in the history of the country where you've only just had the first vice president, just this time in the entire history, the first female vice president. So although there's diversity, it's pretty much coming from the Democratic Party side in terms of voting power, who people vote for and get in there and stand behind. And it's never happened before. So, the Republicans haven't dared put up a female representative. But again, this is about inclusion. So the Democratic Party wins the inclusion battle, you could say. They win the inclusion debate because before Biden was Barack Obama, who happened to be the first non-white male president of the United States. So you have two anomalies, Barack Obama and Kamala Harris, and they both come from the Democratic Party side. So when I look at Biden, I don't just see that he's an elderly white man. I see that he is a white man. He can't help that. He's born that way. But I see him as one that works for a party that understands diversity a little bit or a lot better than the Republican Party understands it. Because if the Republican Party had more diversity, you might see it in their party platform. You don't really see it right now, especially in terms of who can run for president, who can run for vice president. And if people were to guess, excuse me, you could pretty much guess that there's not going to be a female vice president suggested to run with Trump. But having said that, let's hear more about what they expect is going to happen.
Demonstration with the campaigns earlier today, and we're sharing it with you, our viewers, so everyone fully understands how tomorrow night will work. Now, we should note, by agreeing to participate in this debate, both campaigns and candidates have also agreed to abide by these rules. The CNN presidential debate airs live tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what we're going to see. And that's what the Republican Party calls diversity. Ashley, thanks for joining us, by the way. You absolutely right. Tonight, a convicted felon this is a first. We talked about Barack Obama being the first, quote unquote, non-white president of the United States. We talked about Kamala Harris being the first female vice president of the United States. Yes, that's breaking the mold, right? But Trump's breaking the mold. But look at how he's breaking it. He will be the first person to run for office that is a convicted felon who was found liable for sexual assault and is currently out on bail for hundreds of thousands of dollars. He will take the stage to debate against our nation's president. That's a fact. Now, what do you think? Do you think that should be allowed? There's a lot of people that don't think that should be allowed at all. But of course, there's always room to reason out why that's possible in particular circumstances and how it would play out if they try to not allow him. Like, for example, if Congress just passed a law now that says convicted felons can't run, right? How would that be seen by the public? Number one. But I think the true travesty of it is that there wasn't laws 50 years ago prohibiting it. I mean, because if it happened today, it pretty much means it could have happened the entire time, right? Or maybe the people would have never had the will to even allow. Maybe a party would never even allow a convicted felon before. But today we're dealing with the Republican Party, and they've decided that convicted felons, no pun intended to anybody that served their time already. By the way, Trump hasn't served his time. But, it seems kind of strange that today in 2024, that would be allowed. You got to remember, the United States has 350 million people, roughly. And that means out of those 350 million people in a superpower, industrialized country, a democracy, a Western democracy, the best you could get out of it is a convicted felon who was found liable for sexual assault, who's 70, almost 80 years old. That's the best the Republican Party could offer the people. I mean, but I'm going to give tonight a fair chance. And anybody that wants to come up tonight and support Trump, as long as you're respectful, go right for it. I want to hear your reasoning behind it. But people that want to support Biden, I want to hear your reasoning too. Everybody's welcome. You don't have to be from the U.S. to hop up on the panel. I'm going to be opening up the panel. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to open it up not too long from now, before the debate even starts. And then people can hang around and watch the debate live, right? While we give some reactions. But yeah, so that's how we're going to run it down tonight. And I hope everybody sticks around with me. You're welcome to join us. All right, so let me see here. What else is going on in the news today with this debate? Let's see here. Trump, Biden. I don't even know how I even wrote Trump first, but Trump, Biden debate. So let's see here.
Which hasn't been the most Hispanic positive.
In this case, we spoke to many young Latino voters, and this is what we often come across. When it comes to young Latino voters, they're often undecided. So tonight is going to be very important. They're going to be listening in to what both candidates have to say, as they're still undecided, they're still shopping around, and they're trying to make up their minds well ahead of November of 2024.
Nidhi, as we know, wholesale immigration reform once again did not happen this year in Washington, which led the White House to issue this executive order. How is that being received by the Latino community?
Well, yesterday I got the chance to speak to several DACA recipients here in Nevada. And what they said is that despite the fact that Biden did roll out several executive actions a couple of weeks ago, particularly for DACA recipients, that some of them are not necessarily benefiting from these executive actions. And so they feel that they've been abandoned by President Biden. And so it's a combination of several, DACA recipients, Latino voters all across battleground states who are calling on Biden to fulfill his campaign promises from back in 2020. So in a sense, they feel that they've been abandoned. But on the other hand, too, they fear a potential Trump 2025. And so we get, again, mixed opinions from Latino voters.
So what have voters told you they want to hear from the candidates tonight?
Definitely immigration. They want to see President Biden and former President Donald Trump address the economy. But what I often hear from young Latino voters, too, is that they really want to hear some sort of substance when it comes to climate change and, of course, abortion. We know that Democrats and the Biden and Harris campaign have been trying to mobilize voters across battleground states, particularly when it comes to abortion. And so this is one of the issues that we often hear from young voters, that even when they say that they're undecided and they're not so enthusiastic about either Biden or Trump, they say they really care about these particular issues.
Okay, Nydia Cavazos, thank you very much.
All right, let's see here. They're going to let us bypass this? Or what? Oh, okay. I see. This is PBS.
Last year's Canadian wildfires emitted nearly 4 times more carbon dioxide than airplanes do for a single year. So says research from the...
All right, let me see here. Damn, it's forest fires all over too, man. I mean, this is an election issue also. People are, it should be an election issue because this is going to be very, very bad in the very soon coming period with this heat index and what it's doing. A lot of times people that live in certain areas don't feel like they're affected because the fires aren't there. But these fires, the pollution that comes from the fires, they come over to the major cities also. They spread across the entire country, and you will breathe it in to some degree, but it has other effects as well. And it's not only the fires, it's the pollution in the water, these kind of things, how companies are disposing of their waste, the actual oversight, who's following up to make sure the companies are doing what they're supposed to be doing to not pollute, but let's go on to hear this, Everything is an election.
Points are just sticky, right? It's very uncomfortable to be outside. And if you look at this weekend's numbers, it's going to feel like 101 in Atlanta this weekend. It's going to feel like 106 in Jackson, Mississippi. We also have storms that we're going to watch here across the middle of the country on Friday from I-35 in Des Moines back to like a Colby, Kansas, or Dodge City. Heads up for storms here that could produce large hail as well as damaging winds that might exceed 75 miles an hour. You can see all the storms erupting in many of these spots. We've been recently hit by heavy rain, and so flooding becomes a major concern, including here from the Quad Cities back toward Kansas City. And for more coverage, you can always watch the weather.
All right, let's see here. Let me see what else is going on here. Okay, that's Sky News. You know what? Let's go back to this one. This was the last. This was the last debate that Biden and Trump had, and that was some years ago. Let's see here. And it was a funny one. It was a whopper. Hey, Tar, let me ask you something. when did you see that video, and when was that video made? And has Trump seen that video? Has he asked anyone that he's appointed in the Justice Department to look into that? What has Trump done while he was in office to get someone to look into that video that you said about Hillary Clinton that exists? Or did he do nothing about it and say nothing about it as the, person that at this time he was running for office? But I'm just curious about that, because I never seen that video. I never seen Trump talking about that video. And where did you find out about that video? Where can other people find that video and see that video? It happened under Obama, but did Trump know about it? Because Trump was the president after Obama, right? Okay. Well, I mean, but Trump said, isn't Trump the person who said he could walk in front of Trump Tower and shoot somebody in the head and no one would care? I mean, but I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen Trump talk about the video. Hillary's not running for president. Maybe you could also say, how come Trump ain't do nothing about it? If the video exists, how does that work? Right. Well, there we go, man. It's, but in any case, if something exists, what's Trump going to do about it? That's what we hear today. If Biden, we know Biden probably, you could suspect that either Biden hasn't seen the video, or theorists would say Biden might not care about the video. So why would you vote for Trump if Trump don't care either? You see what I mean? Let's see here. Okay, but Trump was in office. Should he have seen the video? How come nobody brought that video to Trump that worked for Trump? Not in his campaign, not while he was president. Trump has seen footage of other top secret stuff. Has he not seen that footage? And why didn't he speak about it? And is he supposed to stand up for people like that? Is he as the president, or is he supposed to say nothing about it? I'm not saying it's an issue. I'm not saying it's real. I haven't seen it, but I'm just trying to draw the correlation to Trump, and what his responsibility would be. Would that be a reason to vote for Trump? And that's what I'm. Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. Here we go. Sorry about that. I just wanted to put this in the chat for Tar and anybody that heard about the Hillary video. Oh, what the heck is this right here? Oh, right. This is the first presidential debate. So we're going to watch this a little bit. And we can tune into something else too briefly, but we're gonna watch this and until the lead up as the lead up to the actual current debate that's to happen in approximately 2 hours from now. Wait a second, 1 hour, 1.5 hours from now, the real debate will be popping off. So this is the previous one that already occurred. Yo, Todd, take a look at that link, and anybody else, let me know what you think about that. It says here that it's not, that it's something that people are claiming. And let me read this too, by the way, while we wait for that. It says that story making that claims suggests New York City Police Department is investigating Clinton and Aberdeen. That's false. And it says that on factcheck.org. So, yeah. So you let me know what you think. This was found to be false by factcheck.org in 2018, in April 23rd, 2018. So that's one of their articles. So you could check it out. Let me move it forward a little bit.
You know what? Good evening from the Health Education Campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say.
Yeah, this is the 2020 debate. We're going to watch a little bit of this as the lead up to the 2024 debate.
Nominee, Vice President Biden.
Tar, I don't believe anything. I haven't seen the video. How can I believe a video that I haven't seen? You're saying the video's out there. I looked it up. I'm showing you a real website that's called factcheck.com. They said that it's been investigated and that the video is false. That's a real website. I've shown you the website. Where's the video? That's all I'm saying. Where did you get it from? Where did you see the video? Where can the public see the video? On this fact check thing, if you read it, it says it's on the dark web, where an IP addresses or whatever can be blocked. You can't know who it is who's showing you this. You see what I mean? That's what it says. That's real. I believe that that's what's written in the article. So I'm not just believing it. That's what they wrote. I'm asking you to show the video. Where's the video? I can't believe a video I have not seen. You see what I mean? So don't be frustrated at me because I don't believe it. If I was to just go by your word, that would be the same thing, me just believing you. So it shouldn't be any contention about it. It's belief is belief. It's something that you can't prove, ultimately.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election. So they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that. He ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I have nothing, I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held, pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
There aren't 100 million people.
Yeah, for those of y'all that's just joining, we're going to watch a little bit of the past presidential debate between Trump and Biden that was done in 2020 as a lead up to the debate that's going to be happening tonight. So stick with us, y'all. We're going to see what it's like.
People with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally
Let me check on that, Donnie.
wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your
is-
party has said.
that is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your
That
party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing conditions?
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And if
this.
you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're
Mr.
not gonna be able
President,
to
as
shut
the
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is
you
it on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would
And
you
you
just
don't
be quiet
know
for a
her
minute?
view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right, let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I
I'll give
got
you
rid
an
of
opp-
the
I'm gonna-
individual
when I finish,
mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me.
opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
Obamacare. That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was
That-
the worst
I
part of
didn't ask,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part
me.
of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to-
will
Mr.
protect people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace.
Hold on, let's roll that back.
Rid of it.
I'd like you. Well, I'll
I
give
got
you
rid
an
of
opp-
the
I'm gonna- and when I
individual
finish,
mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse me.
opportunity.
I got
when
rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
Obamacare. That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was
That-
the worst
I
part of
didn't ask,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we
to-
will protect people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a
There you
comprehensive
go.
plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump healthcare plan?
All right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something. That
What? Yo, what's up with this? What's up with this right here? Does that make any sense? What just went on? Where's that coming from? You know, what this tells me is that Trump does not like being challenged. Even when somebody's doing their job and he's supposed to listen and allow them to do their job, Trump doesn't want nobody to say, hey, man, it's my job to ask the questions. Let me ask the question. This is crazy right here. It kind of shows you just on the most basic level what kind of dialogue and back and forth or working situation you're going to get with Trump. Anytime he doesn't like something, he's going to just shut you down. You see what I mean? And take over. Let's watch this exchange again real quick. Let's see. I don't even know what the question was.
Most unpopular
Mr. Vice
aspect.
General are seeking.
Why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the court.
I don't think so.
In the court. Well,
there's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you don't
be
know
quiet under my proposal?
It's not what you've said.
But
And it's,
if he wins, what she's written before she went in the bench, what she's written, women's more money, more if we, in fact, and they'll, if he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
there aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
Yo, Tar, you talking about a video where you making a claim about Hillary Clinton killing somebody, and you're saying you saw the video. What I'm saying is that I have not seen the video. So what do you expect someone who has not seen the video think? Are they just supposed to hear you say that you saw the video and that you trust the video and that you can verify the video was Hillary Clinton and to believe your story? I understand that if you do, but the only thing is that others are saying it's not a real video. It's not a Hillary Clinton. It's made up. It's fabricated. That's what the article says right here, brother. I didn't make it up. So I'm not saying that I believe it because I haven't seen the video. I believe you saw a video. What's on it? I would like to, before I say that's Hillary Clinton, I would like to see the video. So I'm asking you, where do you find the video? Drop the link. And what I'm saying is that here, after you brought up the video, I Googled it, and this is what Fact Checker says on it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, Fact Checker, they listing their sources also. You see, so I mean, that's all I can say about that, bro.
During that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very happy with.
That's simply not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, we're saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine.
party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now. I am,
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had
pre-existing
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
infected. You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're
Mr.
not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it in the ballot?
Because
Why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the court.
I don't think so.
In the court. Well,
there's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
and
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for a
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't know her view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a big chunk of Obamacare. That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst part of Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris, that was the worst part of Obama.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
we will protect people
President,
with
I'm the moderator of this debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump healthcare plan?
Right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin, I give you an example, insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about,
big.
You'll be happy,
big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
Well, if I can ask you the question, it will
not
end.
what your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it. And that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
are you saying
I'm not going to listen
agree?
to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you,
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
He doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have any idea what this
clown's doing? They call it
Do you have any?
Socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well,
President.
I tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care, because
Bernie?
because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two,
yeah.
there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them
Number
better
three,
health care at a much lower price
but-
because
and by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
fixed
plan.
it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is, and that destroyed. That they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly,
What did he just say? He said,
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is, and that destroyed. That they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then
they shouldn't even call it. Did he just say that? He said they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. But who called it Obamacare? That's not even what it was called in the first place. That was a right-wing talking point. They're the ones that called it Obamacare. Obama didn't even call it Obamacare. It was called the American Affordable Health Care Act. That's what it's called. Let me just Google it right now. I mean, just for people to know. I mean, we can do a little fact checking here. What's the real name for Obamacare? Here, it's called the Affordable Care Act, ACA. That's what it's called. I'm going to put it in the link. It's on healthcare.gov for people that want to check it out. Trump was right. Nobody really should have even started off calling it Obamacare, but it was derogatory because Obama was the first non-Anglo-Saxon, I guess you could call it, or white male, American male president that the country's ever seen. And because of that, that's my opinion, by the way, suddenly it became Obamacare to caricaturize it, to turn it into a caricature. But this is the real Healthcare Act. And it was not called Obamacare. It was called, again, the Affordable Care Act. So let's keep listening.
I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay. I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what
and I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
Okay.
Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a healthcare plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take in that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel.
Move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years, you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million.
How would you all do in a debate like this? Would you be able to keep your cool in this debate? Let's say if you were Biden, for an example, would you be able to keep your cool going up against Trump speaking this way? Do you think that this debate was a normal debate, how it normally comes across, when people have a debate? I mean, in my mind, even though you're the person debating another person, you still want to give the other person the right to say their thought completely so that you can now issue your retort completely without being interrupted. One is not interrupted, the other is not interrupted. But in this one, this is the first, serious debate of consequence that I've seen like this. I've never really seen another one, and I'm not just trying to hype it up like that. I'm saying Trump was a little extra here, but a lot of people that like Trump, they like him this way. I mean, there's a lot of people that feel like this is the way to go. Just get yours, get yours. Speak more. It doesn't matter what the big picture is. What matters is that you kind of win the small parts, and the bickering notes. I mean, that's what I'm getting out of it. But I'm not pretending to be a fan of Trump, though. Again, I'm not happy with the fact that the United States, when it comes to presidential elections, does not seem to be that diverse. And proof to the pudding is that Kamala Harris is the first female that has ever in the history of the country been the vice president. So if you up for equality, if you up for diversity, to me, it seems like even though Biden is running, he's the leader of a party that is more diverse and brings diversity into the White House as cabinet members, as appointees to different departments, like the Department of Justice, for example. Even the actual Supreme Court nominees. You see what I mean? I mean, there's diversity there with the appointees, Democratic appointees. So, yeah, let's keep it going.
Cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States.
Tar, we had this conversation before about vice presidents. What do they do? Let me see. Right now, while they're doing this debate in 2020, Pence was the vice president. What did Pence do as a vice president in comparison to Kamala Harris? Did he do something that somehow outshines Kamala Harris as a vice president? What did he do? Because how I looked at it is like Pence was the most silent vice president I've ever seen on issues. I have, to me, it just, and again, one more thing with Biden. If you don't like, one more thing with Trump and Pence. If you don't like the fact that there's two 70 something plus, almost 80, both of them, white males, right, that are running for office, right, for the presidency. If you don't like that, then why would you like, a white male president and vice president? I mean, what about the women? Where do the women fit in? At one point, the women couldn't own property in the United States of America, while white men only could. They couldn't vote, while who could vote? You see what I mean? So 2020, 2024, don't you think there should be diversity on both sides without any question at all? No excuse whatsoever. Don't you think they're Americans too? I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't see it. I don't see it that way. But I'm going to drop the link in a little bit soon, before the 2024 debate starts. I'm going to drop the link so we can get a couple people up and see what their views are and see what they think about what's going to come. And here's some views. But
We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools that cost a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do
done.
very well in swine
I know.
flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was-
wait, no,
less
there was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
you made a
by the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And
You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen,
and
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both.
Okay. Yeah. So let me try to see some of these comments here. Says but Pence was accused of child molesting and killing them. Y'all ain't ready for that. Politics will never be equal. It sounds good on paper, but blacks didn't ask Pence to help them. People asked people asked a half black woman who doesn't identify as black while living in California. I think myself, I don't think black people should be demanding anything from one party or asking one party. I think black Americans, in terms of those issues that are particular to them, should be demanding something from both parties. I have not seen any black Americans demand anything from Trump. Not reparations, no talk of reparations, not even a bill on anti-black violence, right? I haven't seen black people address Trump on that or Pence. It's not a part of their platform at all. Black people don't bring it up to them, and they don't discuss it. It's not one of their party issues. Sure, black people might expect that the Democrats might want to do something about it, but it's because of the Democrats' platform. The diversity in the Democratic platform is not just black people. Kamala Harris is still the first woman. That means something. Barack Obama is still the first non-white male that ever has served as president in the United States. That's still more diversity than the Republican Party has offered there. That's just, I mean, and then when you look at the cabinets, then when you look at the appointees, it's even more diverse. So let me ask y'all this question. As a black person, would you support a party that doesn't have really any black cabinet members, that have any records to stand on, and has no platform at all that addresses something like anti-black racism in the country? Would you support that party? Would you support that party nationally? Would you support them locally? What's your expectations of any party? Myself, I know for a fact that black Americans have not had that issue addressed by either party. Not really. That's my feeling about it. But at the same time, I won't deny the fact that the Democratic Party is more diverse and has brought more diversity into the White House and into the government, period. I won't deny that, but I'm not saying that it's only black people that should be voting either, or only black people that have issues. But I understand people were, taken back. I was taken back too. But again, I don't see Trump doing better. I don't even see him proposing to do better. I see him simply pointing out that Biden didn't do anything. He never says, you didn't do anything. I will. This is what I will do. He never lays that out. So I think it's he's going to have a lot of ground to make. She claims her Indian side. Ignorant black people called her black and a sister girl. Same as Obama and even Bill Clinton. We have an identity problem. Well, what does it matter with an identity problem if you want to vote for Trump? What does the identity? Is that not a? I mean, does that prove you don't have an identity problem because you vote for Trump? I mean, what? I don't get it. I mean, there's so many other things within the platform that you still would want addressed. How do you get them addressed? By Trump, for example. How do you get them addressed by Pence? If Trump becomes the president, would you demand the same, that he deals with reparations? Would you be disappointed if he didn't deal with reparations, Trump? Would you be disappointed in Trump if he did not do a crime bill regarding anti-black racism on the federal level? Would you be disappointed in him because he didn't do it? He didn't do it either. Again, we're talking about the first time for anything really for black Americans. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the first time really for a lot of women. It's still diversity, but let's go.
Touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
The head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he said it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after
when it's
that.
Generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering.
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically.
That was
you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year, but the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine sooner
I want to pick up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed, given the fact that polls already show that.
All right, hold on. 2 seconds, right? Check this out. I'm just going to pivot here since he talked about, they brought up the issue of bleach, right? Let's see here. Let's see how true that is. Trump said that he was being sarcastic, right? Okay, so let's see. Maybe he was. Let's check it out. This is back in, what year was this? This is back in the year 4 years ago. So this is 2020. This is Trump right here, right?
Thank you very much. So I asked Bill a question that probably some of you are thinking of if you're totally into that world, which I find to be very interesting. So supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, and I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. We'll get the right folks who could. Right. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me.
To me, it sounds like we just caught Trump lying, openly lying. Let's go back and hear what he said here. Let's see here. It's this one right here. Let's go back.
You'll have the vaccine soon.
I want to pick up on
time beginning or the middle of next year to get it out if we get the vaccine, and pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out.
And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do
done.
very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was-
far
there
less
was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
you made
by
a
the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was no one, we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And
You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. become very political because the left, or I don't know if I
So,
call
so
them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what
that
I
the
call them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Smiley?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available. not when
Well,
it would
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This is
delivering
the
the
same
vaccine.
man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
You
him.
know that.
I
That
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal.
That was said sarcastically. That's what he just said. That was said sarcastically. So, is that true?
And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me. So that you're going to have to use almost a cleaning, right? And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the line.
Does that sound sarcastic? Do you think Trump was telling the truth when he said to Biden and the world in the last debate that he was being sarcastic? Is that true?
This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
was
in your warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
that
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
That
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal.
So, was it said sarcastically? If you believe Trump said that sarcastically, put a 1 up. If you believe he was being serious, put a 2 up. If you believe he was being serious. If you believe he was being sarcastic, put a 1 up. I believe he was being serious because, and only because, I'm not getting it from any wild news agency or anything like that. I'm not getting it from the dark web. I'm getting it from the White House reporting room. Here's his own words.
You said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
Was he being sarcastic, y'all? Was Trump being sarcastic? To me, I have to say hell to the no. He was not being sarcastic. I mean,
By Easter, this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
That
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine.
Hey, Andrea.
Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine.
What's up,
done
Truth Slayer?
by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it.
Okay, y'all, this is not the debate, the 2024. We're just doing the lead up. This is the 2020. Okay. And we just caught, by the way, Trump lying about COVID, about his cures for it. And he said in the 2020 debate that when he talked about injecting the bleach into the body as a cure, that he was being sarcastic. That's what he said. So we're going to play Trump and his version of sarcasm one more again and see what it do. This is him.
In some other way.
And this is in his own White House press room where he's saying it. This is not the dark web.
And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me.
Out if we get the vaccine, and pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote,
Oh, thanks,
will be
Donnie.
muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are
I forgot what the hell I was saying. Oh yeah, I was saying Trump is cap. The thing about the 2024 debate, right, is people will be doing fact checking. And the fact checking about Trump is you won't have to really go to a website. You won't have to go to a website you don't like. You don't have to go to a political party you don't like. You don't have to go to the dark web to find out if it's true or not on the fact checking, because a lot of the fact checking is going to be people getting it straight from Trump's mouth in his own White House press room conferences. That's where he made the statement about injecting the bleach into your body as a cure for COVID. It's his own mouth, so again, we got to hold people accountable for what they actually say and what they actually do. And I'm not saying it should be one-sided. I'm saying I'm saying if you want to talk about how silent, if you believe Kamala Harris was silent as a vice president or is silent as a vice president, then I say, let's talk about how silent Pence was. If you want to vote for Trump, that's what I'm saying. Let's just talk about them all and let's do it fairly. Let's talk about who they are. You don't have to agree with someone else's characterization of Kamala Harris. If you don't think she's black, hey, that's great. She's not white. She would be the first woman that's ever been vice president in the history of the country. The history of the country. It still doesn't change the fact that Barack Obama was the first non-white man. Is the first one. I'm serious. If he was white, do you think people around the world, even in Denmark, they called him the N-word in public, in the major newspapers? If he's a white man, why are they calling him the N-word? You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. We got to be fair. Sure, maybe Obama's not black. He doesn't have to be black. But why do they call him the N-word? There's plenty of people in America that called him the N-word. Why? If he's not black. You see what I'm saying? So let's be kind of fair about this, how we look into it. But let's go on.
reluctant to take it, Are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out he puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying you
no,
can't trust the scientists.
No, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust.
She said the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people. And by the way,
I spoke to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have the vaccine very soon.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record saying it. He panicked, or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So,
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use.
All right, I'm gonna turn that off. It's just because now they're getting into the real lead up to the debate tonight. So we're gonna go into some of that commentary. But I wanted to stop there just because, don't get me wrong, I believe in dissension. If there's something you don't like, you should be allowed to show and express dissent. But the way Trump does it is just disrespectful. And when you do it that way, it makes everybody become disrespectful too, just to equalize the thing, And so I think that's one of the things people get tired of with Trump, like the belittling of people. If you really listen to him, Trump belittles everybody around him in his own staff. Whenever something goes wrong, he belittles them. But it's his own appointees, the doctors. He can pick his doctors. He doesn't believe them. You see what I mean? His own appointees, even dealing with COVID, Fauci, he even served him, but he belittled his expertise. So Trump is sitting there telling Biden, don't ever call him smart. Well, does he have a better, a stronger education than Fauci? Who does Trump have a stronger education over? Like, I don't get it. So it seems to me like he's just getting really personal here, and it's going to be like that tonight too, I can imagine. So let's get over to what they're saying and doing right now about it. Let's see here.
Number of Biden.
This is tonight.
Be here to talk to reporters to tell us all about what a great job he has done, including California Governor Gavin Newsom and Amy Klobuchar, senator from Minnesota, and interestingly, Mary Trump, a relative of Donald Trump who has been critical of him for many years, but who is now coming out strongly in favor of Biden in one of the most public ways possible.
And that's why the dynamic will be so different inside. Nancy Cortez, thank you. Let's check in now with Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. I know you've got some new reporting out of the Trump campaign. What have they been saying today?
Great to be with you, Nora, here in Atlanta. It's evident to me, talking to the Trump campaign, that they want their candidate to stay cool tonight. They know that President Biden is likely going to be on the attack. So they're advising him behind the scenes. They're saying, look, this is a 90-minute marathon. Keep your cool. Yes, you can defend yourself on January 6th and that criminal conviction in New York if President Biden brings it up, but turn the attention back to the economy, back to the immigration issue and border security. Talk about trade. Those are the issues they believe former President Trump will be able to put together a real victory on the electoral map come November. As for President Biden, I just keep hearing from his aides, it's not about age. It's Nancy, to build on her great reporting. It's about the economy and democracy. Look for him to try to get under former President Trump's skin, I'm told, talking about January 6th and that criminal conviction. It's interesting, though, Nora, there's a lot of spin going on here inside the so-called spin room. But I took a walk around downtown Atlanta. A lot of people feeling inflationary pain. They're feeling pain about the economy, about where their lives at this moment. Georgia's now a swing state, and the campaigns know that. With all the spin, with all the theater tonight, it comes down to kitchen table issues, how people feel in their homes.
It's an important point. The pocketbook issues always matter. Robert Costa, thank you so much. And this debate could mark a turning point in the race for president. I want to turn to Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson. And John, we've covered a lot of these debates and momentous occasions together. This is early, and the Biden team wanted an early debate.
They did. They wanted to be a choice between two candidates, not a referendum on the incumbent. When you've got a race that's this tight, anything could tip it in one way or the other. We know, tonight may end and it might not change the state of the race. But when it's this tight, you can't leave anything to chance, which is why the president has spent many days working on this campaign. One couple of things that strike me about this campaign, or this debate, I should say. We know more about these two candidates and their records under pressure than any candidates who've ever debated before. So there are not going to be any reinventions tonight. But the candidates can reframe their records in a way that might speak to voters in a new way, particularly to that question on the economy. And then you have the question of performance. Voters want to take the measure themselves with their own two eyes about the questions of age and temperament. Then finally, this question, Nora. When one candidate centers their campaign on a lie, Donald Trump saying that the election was stolen from him, how do you have a debate where the point of the debate is to measure whether candidates see things clearly and whether their solutions are not deceptive or delusional?
John Dickerson, nobody does it better than you than setting up, of course, what we'll be watching tonight and the stakes. And as John was saying, the debate, this is not going to be like one we're used to, because this is the first time in more than 35 years that a televised general election presidential debate between the two leading candidates has not been sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is airing on CNN and the network, and both candidates agreed to the following rules. The debate will run 90 minutes with 2 breaks. Candidates may not discuss the debate with anyone during breaks. There will be no opening statements. Each man's mic will be muted when it's not his turn to speak. And Biden and Trump get 2 minutes for answers. Rebuttals are 1 minute long, and then a response. One of the biggest changes, no audience, Gail. And I think that will change things, especially, I think, for Trump.
On both sides.
Yeah.
I also think it's interesting that they're going to mute the mics to see how that's going to work, because 2 minutes can be either a very long time or it can be a very short time, depending on how it's going. Yeah. We shall all see tonight. I've been excited about this all day, Nora. Have you? I've been looking forward to being here, sitting here with all of us sitting and discussing. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Agreed.
You may remember back in 2020, we all remember this. The debates were full of interruptions and arguments, and the moderators had trouble reining in the candidates. One count, there were 145 interruptions on the part of Donald Trump. We'll see. A coin flip determined lectern placement and order of closing statements. The Biden campaign chose to stand the president at the right lectern. So when you're looking at your screen tonight, he'll be on the right. Trump's campaign then chose for the former president to have the final word. I was wondering about that choice, Nora, because I've always thought during a trial, you always want to be the last one to have the closing say.
Right.
Were you surprised that he made that choice?
I was
a bit.
I was. And maybe we'll find out tonight what the strategy is behind that.
I'd be curious to hear what you have to say about that, John Dickerson, later on.
Well, one of the things that at least we know about Ron Klain, who
when he says he doesn't need to go to a room for 2 days or a week, that he's prepared for the moment.
I will say what's been interesting to me, even just tonight in the last little bit, talking with sources close to the former president, this issue, this idea of discipline that keeps coming up. You heard me ask Congressman Donalds about this, but others too say, listen, even if they will go as far as to say, I want to see a more disciplined Donald Trump, somebody close to him said he is going to be ready and acknowledges that discipline is going to serve him well in this moment, that that's what people want to see. I will tell you, having, as we have all covered him now for many years, almost a decade, you don't know what you're going to get until he actually shows up. And that's important to know.
Hallie Jackson, Vaughn Hilliard, always great to have you guys. For more on how both campaigns are gearing up for tonight, MSNBC anchor and former White House press secretary Jen Psaki joins us live now. And Hogan Gidley, he's the former White House principal deputy press secretary under former President Trump. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Jen, I want to start with you. You've worked closely with President Biden. What can you tell us about his debate prep? How seriously does he take it?
Very seriously. And I think that's been played out in the reporting. Ron Klain, who has run the debate preps for
Nearly every presidential candidate for the last decade plus is running his debate prep. He is, of course, very close to the president, having been his chief of staff and having worked for him for decades. And I would suspect, and I think some of the reporting has played this out too as well, Tom, that in their debate prep, what they're doing is a couple of things. One, they probably have thick binders of material and information. They're going through each issue area, including the ones that Biden wants to go on the attack on, get proactive on. I suspect some of those are abortion, economy, immigration would be probably top of that list. And they're also playing out how he's going to respond to expected attacks from Trump. Now, you could prep all you want for these debates, and I'm sure I know Joe Biden has been prepping, but it is also about being spontaneous in the moment. So the other challenge that the Biden team has is that the president loves data. He loves listicles. He loves lists of accomplishments. And if he's going through and explaining to people during this debate how an infrastructure, proposal, or his infrastructure bill, what it did in Scranton, Pennsylvania, he's not winning the debate, right? It's all about connecting emotionally with people, and it's not about listicles or getting proof or getting, making sure people understand all of your accomplishments. So that's one of their challenges.
Jen, what about that sort of incumbent curse, if you will, right? On that first debate, it happened to President Obama, happened to Carter, happened to Clinton, right? There is that rust, right? Because for the last 4 years, everyone has said yes to President Biden. What have you heard from your friends, from your sources? I mean, is he paying attention this time around?
No question about it, Tom. And you're right. Look, I worked for President Obama in 2012 when that first debate happened, and it was very bad, as everybody said. And I was working for him. I can confirm it was very bad, in part because, as you noted, these presidents are rusty. Being president is not, you're not doing 2-minute riffs on things or 90-second riffs on things as you would do in a debate. You're not as sharpened in terms of how you're communicating, because that's not typically what the presidency is. So that has definitely been part of their prep, and something I think Ron Klain is undoubtedly hammering home.
Okay, Hogan, I'm going to get to you now. During the 2020 presidential debate, during one of them, it was the one with Chris Wallace, former President Trump interrupted then candidate Joe Biden more than 140 times. The mics are going to be clipped tonight. Does that help or hurt Trump?
I don't know. Either way, I'm not sure yet, because I don't know when they're actually going to be cut off in their sentences or in their thoughts.
After 2 minutes.
No, I know that. Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't know if they give them a few seconds to finish something up. I don't know if you could hear someone shouting out something when their mic is off. A lot of questions we have unanswered that we'll learn later on this evening, no question about it. But these two men are going to try and make a moment tonight. And that's what this is all about. Debates give you the opportunity to set something in someone's mind out there, a voter, and say, here's the moment. Remember this moment, and take that moment and build it into momentum, ultimately a movement, and win an election. The question becomes which one of these two men can do that. Obviously, Joe Biden's been holed up in Camp David for a long time. I would argue raising the bar a little bit, because the stories that have come out of there on purpose, by design from their campaign, with the 16 people helping them out, the set is just like a movie, a mock debate situation. They're talking about how they're going to go after Trump, try to goad him into losing his cool, how he shouldn't really talk about his own record because that's a problem. They've literally told you everything they're going to do. And with the experts he has around him, people that have been doing this now for a long time, I mean, Joe Biden's been in office for half of a century, they're going to be ready for this debate. So I think they have, by themselves, maybe accidentally, maybe on purpose, but they have raised the bar for Joe Biden tonight.
Jen, NBC Digital did a great deep dive into sort of the debates with incumbents, and they went back to that Carter-Reagan debate. And one of the problems was that the person playing Ronald Reagan started attacking Carter, right? And President Carter's wife was in the audience. Yeah. And after 11 minutes of debate prep, he called it off. He's like, this is just too strange. Bob Bauer, we know, who is the personal attorney to Joe Biden, has been playing Trump. In these prep sessions, now that he is president, will he really lay in to President Biden like Trump will? Or do you think it's a little more maybe kid gloves?
I think there's no doubt he'll lay into him like Trump will. I mean, the stakes are pretty high here, Tom, for Joe Biden, for Donald Trump in a different way, sure. And he knows he has to do well at this debate. It's not that debates historically massively change things in terms of polling. I think people should keep their expectations in an okay place on that. But they need to shake things up a little bit in this race. They need to show he has momentum. The policy answers here are important, and the public will stay attuned to them, I'm sure, who are watching. But it's really more about the performance. And Joe Biden showing he has the energy to be president, because that is the place where the expectations are low, but he has something to prove in this debate.
Hogan, talk to me about why former President Trump is sort of stringing along the three men that we all think one of them will eventually be chosen to be his running mate. He's bringing them here to the debate. There's been some reporting that some of them are helping him with actual prep. Why is he doing all this?
Well, Jen just talked about how the performance during the debate matters, no question, but also your performance as you're trying to become the vice president matters to Donald Trump. He used to run a show, you may have heard of it, called The Apprentice, where he likes to test people and see how they can handle what he wants them to do. Look, a lot of things that Donald Trump's going to want out of a VP, of course, carrying along the America First agenda, the Make America Great Again movement, solidifying
is something, Joe.
No,
if you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See, we're going to get to the economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay. When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide them
Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi.
You see that? You see that right there? That's the thing, that is the thing right there that Trump is probably best at. When somebody starts going in, or when his opponent goes into details and explaining something, Trump says something that's completely irrelevant. He just said, tell that to Nancy Pelosi. But what does that have to do with what Biden's plan is and what Biden thinks about it? It has nothing to do with it. Let's listen to this again. I mean, this is Trump debating. This is Trump debating.
Why, sir? And move forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I
Here
want
it
to
is.
quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi.
That was Trump's rebuttal. Tell that to Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, crying Chuck. That's his response to what Biden's saying. The moderator asked Biden a question. Biden starts going into detail about what he would do and what he didn't like, or what Trump's issue is, that Trump didn't have a plan. And then Biden starts explaining his own plan, and he cuts him off and says, tell that to Nancy Pelosi. I mean, in my view, the audience should be offended by anybody that gives a response like that, because that's an offense to one's own intelligence. If you ask me, that's my opinion about it. Do you think we're going to get more of this type of Trump tonight, or are we going to get a different Trump, for example? I don't know what Trump, what would be different, but are we going to get a different Trump? What do y'all think?
And Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meat in the Senate. And he sits in his golf course. And I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to, because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another
thing.
subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down
which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
Wants to
President
shut down
Trump,
the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious.
at Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He did
opposite.
not
I want to ask you, we got a little bit more than a minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks good. I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people. Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
nobody will show up.
People with
It's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
and
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've
Come
had
on.
no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000
All right.
people
You want
at these rallies.
Just quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
cares.
gentlemen? Can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have.
Yo, didn't Trump just say that Biden wanted to shut the country down because of COVID? Didn't he just say that? I mean, It's not even the first time he said it, but right now he's saying the opposite.
It's more of a case
He's saying that he shut it down and it was hard to do. So
shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do.
why did you close it down? Why did you close it down if you didn't think Biden should close it down? See, that's the thing about it. Trump, he says things himself that you can go back and prove that he was either flip-flopping or that he said something that later on he said he did not say. You know, we already heard in this video where Trump said that when he suggested that people inject bleach into their bodies as a possible way to cure or stop the effects of COVID, right? He said he was being sarcastic in this very debate. Then we just played a video where he's in his own press room, the White House press room, where he's actually saying it himself. And it wasn't in a sarcastic tone. He was reporting to the world what he thought, you know, as the president. You know, it's I don't know. I don't understand it. You know, it's okay to point out faults and failures, but being a hypocrite is almost even worse than faults and failures, because it means you don't ever mean what you say. You just say whatever you think will work at the moment.
He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of.
He didn't think we should close it down, which was wrong. But just before, in the same video, he just said Biden wanted to close it down. And then Biden explains what he did and how he was going to do it. You know, it's actually kind of strange. It's strange that, you know, I'm just saying, do Trump supporters see this? Or is it something that they don't care about anyway, that it's okay for Trump to do this, say things like that and not mean it, or flip flop totally? Even in the same video, there's been like, over this one issue of COVID, Trump has flip flopped at least 2 major times. No, he's flip flopped twice, but then he lied just flat out about his the injection. He lied about that. I mean, that's crazy, all within this one video, and there's more.
Still, 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression.
You see that? He said it again. He said it again. He said Biden wants to close it down. And then he just said he closed it down. He wanted to close it down. It doesn't, it's not even 1 minute separate this time. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time he just did that, you know, all over the issue of COVID. I don't know. Is that a sign? Is that the type of person you want?
When you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up.
He just criticized Biden for wearing a mask. He just criticized Biden for doing social distancing at his own speaking engagements. So why is he now saying people can do whatever they want? I mean, you can't have it both ways. You know, yeah.
When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, Look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency, not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses, nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me. He made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools. No, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look.
Do you see that? What just happened there? So the rules were they both get 2 minutes, right? And that's it. So after Biden speaks second and does his 2 minutes, Trump wants another 2 minutes. So in other words, Trump wants to speak last. That's basically what it is. You know, it's I don't know. Is that a fair debate? You know, is that not even a debate? Is that a fair discussion? Even, you know, even in a discussion, the concept is that both people get equal time, you know, and it doesn't even matter how you discuss, but you should kind of let people finish their thoughts. And it doesn't seem like Trump is even that respectful of that concept himself, you know, I mean, but this is the 2020 debate that they had, right? Soon we're going to hop over. Soon as they open up live, we're going to do the 2024. So stick around for those of you that's just coming in. We're going to be on this all night, basically, until that debate is over. Not this one. This is the preview.
Look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
Gentlemen,
we're
going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid
returns.
$38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went, you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to do, go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged
goodness.
because the assets are extremely.
I almost forgot that was the biggest scandal of Trump's entire presidency. He went in talking about he would share it, you know. Then, or actually, he went in resisting to share it, and then he got broken down to the point where he would share it. He went his whole the whole presidency, and he didn't ever volunteer it himself. I almost forgot that was the biggest scandal of the Trump presidency. And why didn't he share it? Because of what it would show. But guess what happened? New York City got a hold of it. And what did they do as soon as they got a hold of those taxes? It led to where Trump is today in New York City. It led to a lot. You see, it's just ridiculous. But this is Trump. And don't get me wrong. I'm all for somebody debating and running against Biden. Not because I don't like the Democratic Party or I don't think the Democratic Party is progressive. I think they're the most progressive party that you have right now. Unfortunately, the U.S. only has two real parties up and running that are financed. Campaign reform is a real issue anyway. It shouldn't take billions and billions of dollars to run for president. That means folks like you and me ain't never going to be able to be president. That means the average citizen's child will never, ever, ever have a chance at that. I mean, that's what's making it a two-party system. Money. You see, so in some degree, both parties are beholden to corporations that way, in some way. But at least the Democratic Party has found a way to create some diversity in it. But again, I wish that there was an opponent that was even more progressive and more capable, not just in a debate, but creating policy than the Democratic Party was or that Biden was. But right now, I'm not seeing it. In this debate, Biden wiped the floor with Trump. In this debate, does Biden look old? Does Biden look like he's falling down? No, it looks like Trump. His brain is not working too sharply. And even in this debate, that's 4 years ago, Trump's younger than Biden. So who looks sharper? You see? So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to review this old debate. But let me play a little bit more before the new debate starts. They're still waiting. So
good. And I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking you a specific question, which
But
is.
let me tell you.
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand
return.
all of that.
But let me-
No, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it.
I-
You'll get to
When?
see it. But let me just
Inshallah?
tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to.
he's making it seem like it's Biden's fault that he's been charged, that his operation was taken to task by the New York City. You know, it doesn't make sense where his business is located, by the way. I mean, he's trying to make it seem like they wrote laws so you could slip between them somehow and lie, defraud the people, say that your property is worth this amount when it's really not. You see what I mean? I mean, they had an elaborate scheme going on to hide money, to defraud. It's not even just hide money. To claim that a property is worth something that it is absolutely not worth, that's fraud. You see, and Trump is now trying to lay it on Biden like, oh, no, if you didn't pass this law in this, that would have never happened to me. Trump's a classic narcissist. He's always the victim. If he gets close, if you get him close to proving him wrong, then he blames you for it. You see?
To me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man.
You hear that? You hear that? He literally, when he couldn't blame Biden, when he blamed Biden, he went on to add the extra caveat to blame Obama for his fraud. Listen to this.
Go through millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not I understand all of that.
But let me, assets are extremely thin. And
a lot of other taxes, but of those $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
He's talking about those 2 years, and the man never answered his question. You know, we're not asking if you paid millions. You know, people pay taxes, but he's asking about 2 years specifically. And the man is just talking about, I paid millions in taxes, but he never said I paid millions of taxes in taxes those 2 years.
I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went. You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is.
let me tell you.
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand
return.
all of that.
But
No, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here.
Here it is, y'all. He's about to tell you whose fault that was.
I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Oh, my goodness.
Tax.
Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it.
You know what?
And
You know
you'll get
what?
to
You know
see
what?
it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. people out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing,
Okay,
including
gentlemen.
fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of
We're
your
talking,
vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be
Yes,
elected
sir.
president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what is the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it
Billions
before
of
when
dollars.
you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was
That's right.
your
I got
tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed
And,
like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me
wait, no,
finish.
let me, Mr.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that exchange? Trump is completely incoherent. Listen to this. Listen to this exchange right here. He said he blamed it. Trump blamed it. He said that it was Biden or Obama that passed it. It was actually himself. Look at this.
Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Oh, he got it done. You hear that? What's up, Pumpkin? You there? How you doing? How you doing? You good?
Wait. What? Something's going on.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. You could fix it. It's okay.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, how you doing? Good. Okay. What do you think about that exchange? I mean, just briefly. We're gonna keep it playing. We're just warming up to the real debate. But did you hear that?
I just got in the house, so I just turned it on. So I didn't hear the first part. I'm just sitting in the house.
No, but I mean, did you hear?
Double?
Huh?
I'm hearing an echo, and I don't have anything on.
No, it's your system. It's something you got going on. I don't know why you hear it, but it's okay. Take care of it. Get it knocked out, and we keep going. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out and come back.
Okay. Word. You do that. No doubt. No problem. Yeah. Pumpkin is going to join me. Pumpkin's going to join me tonight and help me get through this debate. And by the way, anybody else that wants to hop up, we're going to do that too. You're welcome to hop up on the panel and say some words and join the commentary and the reaction. So We're gonna let it do what it do tonight.
Never boomed.
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President, Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
Let me.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery since economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression. The likes.
Did Trump tell the truth? Is that what happened? Has that happened? You see, this was Trump's forecast if Biden got in office.
Recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited.
Did we have a depression, the likes of what we never seen? Because of the USA tax issue with the corporations? When Biden came into office, have you seen that happen? I'm gonna let this play and let me check in on that real quick. Go ahead.
The worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it. It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Excuse me, Chris. Wait. Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of
not
my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
industry. All right, we brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get $3.5 million?
Mr. President,
totally,
Mr. President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
The media.
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies.
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
That is not true. None of
lunch.
China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch. Down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get $3.5 million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally,
President, please.
totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
the media.
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you, Andrea. This is one fact check company about the claim that Biden just made about $3 billion dollars. Is that what they say? 3 billion? Yeah, 3.5 million. I'm sorry, from the former mayor of Moscow's wife. That's what Trump just said. Pumpkin, how you doing? You want to come in on this? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here now. I gotta fix that and there. Dad, I heard that part. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a lie.
I mean,
It's a lie. It's a lie. Trump is lying.
well, the one thing we know for sure today is that we definitely played Trump saying two exact opposite statements about COVID. He's all over the place on COVID, actually, which is troubling because COVID was a big event. Whether you agree with how it started or the effects of it or anything, it was a big event. It affected a lot of people one way or the other.
I gotta go back. I gotta go back out again.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see some information that I would like to know where people get that information from about Hunter Biden getting $3.5 million because here I'm going to find one more article. I mean, it just says all I did was did the mayor of Moscow give Hunter Biden and I said 3 billion. I should have said 3 million. Sorry, 3 million. But you get the same results. I mean, look, Russian oligarch did not give Hunter Biden 3.5 million. Okay. That's from the house.gov. Okay. That's the House of the United States, Congress. If Hunter Biden's business dealings are legitimate, then okay, hold on, that's correct. Oh, okay, hold on. Washington Post, unraveling the tale of Hunter Biden and 3.5 million. Tale implies lie, right? You know, unproven claims, USA Today, fact check, unproven claims that Hunter Biden got $3.5 million from Moscow's mayor. House GOP releases memo on Hunter Biden foreign. Yeah, I mean, they did a review. What did they find? You know, it's really interesting examining a lot of these claims. And, you know, what I don't understand is if that was true, Trump was in office. So what happened with it? I mean, when he brought that up, he's actually the president at that time. Now, let's go to the opposite, right? Trump sought deals, right, with Moscow mayor himself, right? But he accuses Hunter Biden of it, right? Republicans have accused Joe Biden's son of taking payments from the late mayor's billionaire, which he denies, right? Trump himself sought to do business with Luzkov's government in the late 1990s, according to press reports from the time of the SEC filings. Yeah, I'm just going to put this article in there so you can kind of see how it's essentially like a forked tongue in a sense, you know? It's okay to say this person did this and you don't like that. But if you tried to do something similar, then what's the point? What would the bad part be? Is it that you did this and that's bad and now I can do it too? And that makes it good? I mean, I don't know what's going on, but hey, you back? You back, Bev?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I
Okay.
fixed it now. I know what it was. Here's a tit for tat. That thing with Hunter Biden, that's been proven to be a lie. Donald Trump is just, if you listen to him, he contradicts himself constantly when he talks. Whatever way the wind is blowing, that's what he does. You know, so
I agree. And it's not a particular hate. I don't have any. I think that a lot more can be done in the U.S., but I'm trying to be a realist about it. I want to give credit where credit is due, and I want to criticize where it's worth criticizing. And it doesn't matter who it is. I'm willing to criticize Biden, and I'm willing to criticize Trump. But when I criticize Trump, I didn't have to go to the dark web. I didn't have to talk about what I heard. I literally played right here today Trump saying one thing that was not true. And Trump said in this debate that he was being sarcastic when he suggested that injecting bleach into your body could be a cure for COVID. He said that he was being sarcastic in this debate. We went back, found a video of Trump standing there on the White House press room podium and saying it himself, and there was no sarcasm at all. In fact, he talked about it for like 1 minute, just about that part, you know, or at least 30 seconds without pause. You know, there was no laughing. There was no statement of, I'm joking, y'all, I'm just being sarcastic. No, he's talking to the actual lead on the, you know, the lead medical doctors that's there to solve the crises, you know. So we need to be kind of fair about this. You don't have to like Biden, but you need to be fair about it. You need to practice the same set of tools that you use against Biden or you use to critique Biden. Use the same exact tools to criticize Trump. And it shouldn't be a place that's hidden. It should be a place that we can see. The dark web is not somebody you can find out that you don't even know their name. You don't even know where they live. You don't know their identity at all. It can literally be anybody, any place. You see, it could be, yeah, but go ahead, Beverly.
No.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. The debate done started now. They started that fast? Damn. Hold on. Sorry about that, y'all.
The
It
real
started.
debate started?
Yes, the real one. Here it is.
Oh, okay, good.
That's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs.
I can't hear.
Position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come from a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. That we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build.
I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to let it start. It's 2 minutes back, y'all. So here we go.
The 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
What were you going to say, Pumpkin? Go ahead. Say what you were going to say real quick. Oh, okay. Never mind. Don't worry. I'll get it up.
And please welcome the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos. Literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back. And he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, and getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the border patrol endorsed a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you, President
caravans.
Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything across the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person in his administration, killed three American soldiers, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed three people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the two greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. and his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, he's not a sucker. You're the sucker, you're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Yeah, the 4-star general standing to your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. But he didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, We got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
I'm gonna
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border, nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people when they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities. You go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? You denounce the people we're talking about now? You denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? You ever hear any presidents say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him, they said, what do you think of those people? The people the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? This is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated. We saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
They're going to take a break right now, right? So, yeah, let's get into it. You there, Pumpkin?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know. We had a
Okay.
bad windstorm and the internet is
Okay.
acting up.
I'm going to drop the link again. Anybody can hop up, but listen. There's going to be a lot of debates, and the election is not tomorrow. But when we raise issues, for the people that hop up, let's try to make the issues something that we know Biden and Trump have to answer to, right? Because that's who the election is about, as far as the presidency, who's going to be the president. Is going to be Biden or it's going to be Trump. So, we have to kind of keep it in that context. So I'm just asking people to do that. Again, I don't mind dissent, but it has to be things that, they have to be reasonable. I see in the chat it's a lot of stuff going on. It's true. Biden's son was convicted of possession of a weapon and also and he's been known to have a drug addiction problem, right? But the reality of it is that a lot of Americans that support Trump believe anybody should be able to have access to a gun. Keep that in mind. Trump's party is the one fighting these kind of restrictions in the first place. So again, I don't think I'm defending Hunter Biden. I could care less about Hunter Biden. As long as he's not running for president, I could care less what he does, and it's the same for Trump. I mean, unless he's a cabinet member, unless Hunter Biden is doing something as an appointee or a cabinet member, then to me, it's not really that deep of a talking point, because being a drug addict is just that. You're a drug addict. Possessing a gun or buying a gun is just that. You either did it legally or illegally. But let's keep in mind, there's a lot of states that don't want any restriction for any reason on weapons. That's a big issue. So weapons are a big issue in the United States, but it's not just because you're on drugs. It could be you have psychological problems too. Who's against that? Who wants to stop anybody with psychological issues from having a gun? By the way, who wants to restrict weapons in the US? That's a real tough issue to do, no matter who you are. But I don't think Republicans agree that anybody who's had a drug addiction should not unequivocally be allowed to have a weapon. I believe they're against that. You see what I mean? But, you be the judge. But so far, what did y'all think? What did you think about what you heard so far, Pumpkin? I mean, in general. And anybody else can hop up. Let me drop the link again. Go ahead.
To me, it's nothing but, I follow Trump. It's the same old nonsense. He's throwing up stuff that just don't make no kind of sense. It just don't make no kind of sense. It's the same nonsense that he's telling. He says he was the best president. Everybody know he was terrible. Everybody know he was awful. I think they coming back on to start again.
Yeah, they're coming back on now. Okay.
While Black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, Black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans.
Yes.
What do you say to Black voters who
Excellent
are disappointed
question.
that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to childcare is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black childcare costs. I cut them in half. We're going to make sure we provide for childcare costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those childcare protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump, almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people, but we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is we're in a situation where we talk about education for Black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make childcare more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food, and all the things that were important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you,
We're at the
President Biden.
highest. You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog. That's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more being able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, et cetera, they don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay,
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia.
Well, damn, this is crazy right here. Hold on, let me turn it down. All right, what's up? What's up, Jade? You there? Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. Yes, sir.
Uh,
Wow, what a
uh,
great debate. Great debate.
I mean, listen, for me, I don't know who caught the beginning, but I think I spoke eloquently on what my views were about two old men who are in America, nothing against white people, but I'm talking about the history of anti diversity in the power structure, especially in the top post, right? And I spoke on that and I said, it's not a good look, period. It's actually not that great. The United States is behind on diversity. That's what I said, right? But then what I followed up by saying is that Biden at least has more diversity in his cabinet, in his appointees, right? And his even his election people, the people who are on his campaign is more diverse. Um, because of Biden running, you have the first woman vice president. That's if you care about diversity. If you care about women being a part, there's only one way you can do it, and that's by getting one there and putting one in and saying, yes, I want you to run with me. You're qualified, lady.
Right.
Right? That's you
You're
have
right.
to you got to do that. How about Biden being the vice president for the first non-white male president? How about him saying, I'll be number two? How about him being willing to do that? Right? Where do you see that with Trump? And I'm sorry, we could talk about all the other issues out there, but to me, action speaks louder than words. And if you need to start at home with the people around you. That's who you got power over first. You don't get to decide what others do. So have you seen that in Trump? No.
Well, on the points of the immigration and Ukraine
Mhm.
and is it the migration as well? It's
Yeah.
fair to say that it wasn't as bad as what it is now. And I think Biden is kind of fueling that conflict more than trying to go for a peaceful resolution. Also, the fentanyl use is at an all-time high.
Mhm. But did you blame?
And immigration. So I think on them 3 points, I would have said Trump. Oh, sorry, let me back on.
Right.
But
No,
I
go
would
ahead.
have thought
Go ahead.
Trump. Yeah, I would have said maybe it wasn't as bad, to be honest. If and I don't think maybe the war would have started or would have escalated as much if Trump was in. That's just my my idea because of and also with Biden, it seems he's more worried about what's happening outside America, but there's so much problems within America, which for me
Oh,
that's the
yep.
only that's what I got from when I was. I think he's back now.
Hmm. Oh, is he back now? Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Oops. Let me turn that up. Sorry. Here we go.
We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for the us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get, when you're terminally ill, now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
So we've been watching the wrap up there of the debate. Former President Trump made.
Hey, that was kind of good, actually, man. That was interesting. I mean, I don't know, man. To me, it just kind of seems like there's a lot of I think there's a tendency to do this though, in the political thing, because there's only two parties. And I think naturally what a two-party system does, and the reason why I can say this is because I know what it looks like to be in a country that has way more political parties, where power sharing has to happen for anything to be passed among various parties, right? So the United States is interesting in the fact that it's a major industrialized superpower, but only has two parties, major parties, right? So I think what typically happens, what you see no matter what. Oh, shit, is it coming back on? Oh, okay. What you see no matter what is, no matter who is in office, people get frustrated about the person in office. It happens with every single president, right? The good presidents, the one thing though that you get out of it is that it makes the incumbent really have to work harder to get a second term, right? And that's the good thing about it, right? But again, it doesn't change the cycle of tit for tat, you know. And what I think people have a tendency to do is miss some of the details. And the way to make that short is that you blame it on the guy, everything on the guy who is in office right now. And you forget anything about the guy that preceded. I think that's kind of how it works, And I'll give you an example. Fentanyl. People talk about Biden and fentanyl. Fentanyl is on an all-time high. Biden's been in office 4 years, right? Trump was in office 4 years. Did they say the same thing about Trump? Right. I mean, they said Trump fumbled the ball on fentanyl. Trump fumbled the ball on fentanyl before Biden. You see? Now, and then it goes on and on and on. Fentanyl didn't just start. Before fentanyl, there was already the beginnings of an opioid epidemic. Who do we blame? They all inherit the very real opioid epidemic because, let's be honest, heroin's been around for how many generations? Crack, cocaine, all these things. They've been around how long? You see what I mean? So America has an opioid epidemic, period. It won't matter who the president is. They will be the leader of a nation that has an opioid epidemic. The question is, what do you do about it? That's the question. Me, myself, I think that, just from watching this debate, the first thing I would like to say is that coming into it, people made it sound like Biden wouldn't be able to stand up for 5 minutes on stage. And yet we saw Biden stand up on the stage and speak for how long? To me, they both look pretty old. But when it comes to discussing, right, I look at it like this. Biden, to be older than Trump, he definitely held his ground with Trump just on articulating and speaking, right? I saw Trump doing better than I thought, though. I'm gonna be honest. And here's another great thing that came out of this debate, right? They spoke about Black people, what's going on with Black Americans and the effects of it, right? And both candidates were able to kind of speak on it. However, Trump blamed the economy. He blamed the war that's harming Black people. The Ukraine war is harming Black people. The border crossings are harming Black people, right? The inflation from the war is harming Black people, right? But then what about the rest of it? You see, because no matter what inflation, no matter what is happening, you're still always having a deficit with Black Americans. The deficit with Black Americans has been around for every president, right? We discussed that earlier. And a lot of us believe that, okay, if a Black person is running, if a Black person is the president, they should speak about it. I agree with that, actually, myself. I didn't vote for Obama the second term, and I had a reason for not doing it. And my reason is that when he got into office, I expected him to address the issue, and I was disappointed when he didn't. But I didn't throw out the other things that may have had some positive effects, not only on Black people, but also for Black people. I didn't totally dismiss that, right? So for me, the answers to it, I didn't hear Trump speak eloquently at all or directly to Black people. To me, it seemed like he played a similar game that he blames Biden for doing. Like, he never came out and said he was going to do something specific to address Black Americans' issues. He only talked about things that affect everybody. Immigration affects all Americans. COVID affects all Americans. International money, spending money overseas affects all American taxpayers, not just Black people. So when he gave that answer, he didn't address Black people at all. If that's good enough for you as a Black person, I say vote for Trump. For me, that's like dodging the question. You see? Pumpkin, where you at? You there? Okay, maybe Pumpkin had to step away. Yo, Jade, what's up with you? You there? Oh, okay. Jade probably hopped out, man. Hold on, let me see here. Let me drop the link again. Or maybe they're a little busy. Here we go. Let me just drop this again. Let me see. Yeah, Donnie Trump. I thought Trump he did better than I thought he would. He kept his composure. But I'm not too sure if that's Trump naturally or if it's the rules. Because you got to remember the rules were completely different this time based on the fact that the last debate they had in 2020, nobody could talk. So, although I saw Biden interrupt Trump sometime in 2020, I saw way more of Trump in 2020 interrupting Biden and interrupting him with senseless statements that don't have anything to do with what he was saying. Like, you can't say, when you're talking about one issue, you can't just say, ask Nancy Pelosi. That's not an answer. Nancy Pelosi had nothing to do with the question. You see what I mean? So he would interrupt Biden, and some people just are not used to that style of communication and it's not just in a presidential debate. I'm not used to it. If I'm communicating with you and you're constantly cutting me off, it would frustrate me too. You see what I mean? But having said that, Jay, go ahead, man. How you doing, bro?
Yes, you're 100% right. I really enjoyed the this kind of Trump. For me, it seems a different sort of Trump, and the one that I can kind of get along with. Not getting into the sort of bickering amongst him and Biden. So I thought the debate went well, and I also was very impressed with Biden. It does seem that he still has some more fire or some more fuel in the
Let me ask you
gas.
this. Let me ask you this. All of the hype that you heard about Biden fell out. Biden took a shit in his pants. Biden can't stand. Biden's weak. Biden's looking this. Did he look as weak as all those statements sound?
Not at the debate, but what I did see more on Biden's side is more, when people get more stuck in their ways and not really kind of bending or not willing to sort of be flexible. So I think there was more flexibility.
What you mean by that?
Flexible.
Like in
I
what
just
way?
think that he's just basically, he's not going to be flexible or even to be willing to say where his faults are. He thinks that he's been doing really well. He reckons he's one of the greatest presidents, and he reckons that Trump is the worst.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about flexibility, and with the world, you need a sense of flexibility. If you sort of try to strong arm people, which we're seeing, he's giving it the strong arm image, which is fair play. But I believe that's something to do with, the more you get older, you can kind of stick to your guns a lot more. So I think he's losing a little bit of flexibility, where flexibility would be nice at the moment to kind of quell like the especially the wars in Ukraine and also in Gaza. For that reason, that doesn't take away his
Yeah, because
fragility.
he's taking I don't want to say harsh stance, but he's taking a determined stance that this is what has to be done, and if we concede on this, we're going to get more problems.
And
basically.
that puts you, that puts America in a very precarious
And
position
Trump
as
says
sort of
the
the world
opposite.
police.
Yeah, Trump says the opposite. He says, no, we don't need those positions
Yes,
to do well.
yes.
Right.
So I like that. From what I saw, I think Trump edged it, but I'm very impressed with Biden. I'm very impressed with Biden. I just saw the last part. I was sleeping, sorry, and I woke up late. But I was impressed with this kind of Biden. He was a lot more. He looked a little bit more stronger. So that was good. But on the other side, what I can see more is that you may gonna get a different Trump, if you see what I mean, coming in. He seems to be a little bit more, a little bit less kind of authoritarian, and a little bit more flexible. He's going at a different angle, and I think the more time goes on, Biden is becoming more and more sort of stuck in his ways. And the problem with that, we're dealing with hard-headed people anyway in the world, like Putin or like Netanyahu. You need some sort of flexibility. So yeah, but I'm even surprised to know that Trump is not that much younger than him. You know, he's not that
No.
much younger.
Oh, you thought he
So I
was?
didn't realize that. I
You
didn't
thought he
realize.
was younger? You thought he was younger, huh? Well, it's because the
I
way
didn't know his
people,
age.
yeah,
You
but
know.
if you listen to people that that have an issue with Biden's age, they never talk about Trump's age. They act like
True.
Trump is a whole lot younger than him, but the truth is that Trump, no, he's right around the corner, even and immediately around the corner. So if you thought Biden was, his health or his age is affecting him, then do you think it wouldn't affect Trump?
Not at the moment. From what I'm seeing, I think we
Mhm.
can get I think Trump, um, as look, because Trump has been into what I did like what he said, and he's a good point, and maybe it is a good thing for people like that to come into America because it's such a business orientated place. Yes, we do need people in politics, but I think the years go by in politics, and not stepping out of politics, they become kind of stagnated, and I think you get more flexibility, it seems, from Trump, and also more of a business, more of a different kind of thinking to the politics. And I can't believe I'm saying that. I didn't like what was going on, but it seems, as well as what I'm hearing from Biden, it may well be true that a lot of misinformation about Trump. If we kind of keep it onto the world stage at the moment, I've never seen America in this state. To be fair, and you're right, you can't just blame the person now. You got to blame the person before that. But also, there was someone before Trump, so this
Well,
thing
no.
hasn't
What I
started.
was saying is that that's a pattern. That is an actual fact pattern. People
Yes.
get, because of the two-party system in the U.S., people already feel like they lack choices, and you find a tendency for them to start with the issues with the current president. Like the issues in their mind start right there, but they forget that issues were there before too. And the last
Yes.
time it was also the worst time in history before this
Well,
time. You see what I mean? It's
yeah.
like
I
it
think
just keeps elevating.
From the Bush era, a certain type of politics has been kind of in America since the Bush, and I think that's the only reason I think Trump would be any benefit, that you may get a break with that
Mhm.
kind of political system, which I think Biden and also, unfortunately, Obama fell under this kind of the world policing, um,
Mhm. Mhm.
and what I wish is for the actual American citizens to actually benefit. And I can see a lot of benefits if they more concentrate in their own country and kind of get rid of this police in the world kind of thing.
Mhm.
And I definitely think that they should stop arming other countries, because it's hurting themselves. Yes, you may win the war now, but I think the effects of the destabilize the when you cause wars or when you're supporting wars around the globe,
Mhm.
you're gonna have decades, if not after, that's gonna affect the whole globe.
Mhm.
So I mean, and the UK are just behind America. Anything America does, our Prime Minister followed Biden to Gaza as well, and
Mm-hmm.
sort of patted one person on the back. But why not? There was no flexibility. I understand what happened was a terrorist attack. I understand that, but my view is we need to more seek peace, and sometimes you need to have the right person in the right position with a flexibility, or people that have a certain kind of a kind of like a bit of toughness towards people. But as I said, yes, Biden is tough, but he's tough on kind of like a policy that was kind of more like the Bush kind of thing, kind of that kind of thing. But let me mute up, and I would love to hear. Hey, Tar's in the building, so I mean,
Yeah. Okay, Tar. So yeah,
so
exactly. So Tar said, Tar,
I'm
man.
gonna listen.
Look,
Yeah,
yeah, Tar.
please.
Yeah, Tar, man. So you're not biased, Tar?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're not biased.
Not on this. I'm not.
Oh, okay. You're not
Not
biased.
on
I
not on
guess
this,
so.
because my introduction to politics, deep and heavy, started in 2019 when I was doing some videos against Dr. York followers, and he was telling his coach to vote for Obama. After
But hold on. But how does this? I'm just saying, in opposed to how you are against Biden. You're against Biden. Just say it.
Yeah,
Right?
No, he's getting there though. BB's getting there. Let him go.
Hold on. You're against.
I'm
against
against
Biden
because of
right?
because of the stuff that I learned. But what I was learning was pre him though. So that's what I'm saying. Me coming into this deep like I was is from looking at Obama, and I was trying to figure out why a cult leader who's in jail for the rest of his life.
Who is the cult leader? Who?
You talking about Dr. York?
Okay, so that got something to do with Trump and Biden.
Because when I kept bringing up Agenda 21, all that stuff it predates them because it go all the way back to Bush.
That's what I'm saying, and it doesn't just predate them; it also includes Trump.
But the difference, see, this is the difference, right? The difference is when you look at the totality, right? Number one, we're not with these people when they're in their little rooms and they all
No, Tar, you're missing what I'm saying, man. What I'm saying is that you let Trump off the hook when he was the president. If you're against Agenda 21, don't you want Trump to do something about it?
This is what I'm trying to say. Because because when we have these conversations, you're not looking at the complexity of what's going on.
No, I'm looking at the complexity. You saying I'm not looking at the complexity doesn't mean I'm not looking at it.
No, but when you say why didn't Trump do something about it, that means you don't know how complex the situation is.
No. Okay. So
that's what I'm saying. When you said
neither one is going to speak about it.
Right. They're not. Now Trump went in the UN and spoke against the Agenda 21 in the form of calling the people in the UN globalists, and that they're not going with the globalist agenda. You can the 2 times that he went into the UN, that's they always film all of the people that come there. He went in there at least 2-3 times and made that statement. He cut money to the United Nations because we give them $1 billion a month, right? A non-binding government. I didn't vote for that. We're giving.
No, you're not giving a non-binding. It's not. The agreement Agenda 21 is non-binding. All the agreements that come out of the UN are not non-binding.
Listen to what I'm saying. You keep saying that and overlooking like that means something. Again, if
it means it's non-binding. You know what non-binding means, right?
Let me break it down like this.
Okay.
We're gonna make it look like Smurfs, all right? And Gargamel. Gargamel is evil. Gargamel funds the United Nations being built.
So the United States does that.
Yeah, but no, Rockefellers did that. That's what I keep saying. When I make these statements This is why I get frustrated with y'all, because y'all always saying something that's not true. If you look back at the Rockefellers, and you know that Rockefellers is part of the 13 rich families in the world that come from the Bilderberg group, and if you know the Bilderberg group come out of the 100 committee, and you know that all of these families, this is what I'm saying.
You're assuming I never heard of the Bilderbergs or the Rockefellers.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're
But I'm
making
trying
a
to get you
statement.
to connect it.
This is
I'm
what I'm
trying to
saying. You made a
understand.
statement that said the United States did that. No, the United States did not. The
No, you said the United States gave $1 billion.
Right.
That's what you said.
That's what the United States does that. Give that to the UN.
Yeah.
I'm telling
And you don't want that, right?
Right, but the Rockefellers is the ones that created the United Nations in the first place. Anybody who knows a little bit of history knows the Rockefellers is an evil family. Everybody who knows a little bit of knowledge knows that. So if the people who funded it and caused it to become into creation would do that, the Rockefellers just left it alone. They just they funded a building. An evil family funded a building and they ain't got no influence on it. That in itself make no sense. So when I say,
but Tar, I never said what you said. I never said the Rockefellers never had any influence on it.
I know,
That's you saying it.
I'm
I
saying
never said
that because that's the historical truth. That's a fact. So I'm
okay.
so
Today you saying the UN, what the UN does is for the Rockefeller family. Period.
And all the other countries and all these billionaire, millionaire families, the Agenda 21 comes from them. So when I say that the UN is filthy and the World Health Organization, all these people, this is what I'm saying. If y'all not studying all of these components to these organizations, it's like, why should I have to be put in a situation to struggle to debate against something that y'all haven't done? So I'm saying that in itself don't make no sense. It makes it easier to say, you know what, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to that, instead of giving me all this runaround. That's what I said before. Every time I come here or any other platform, they're not going to talk about Agenda 21 verbally forcefully. One, because Biden was down with it. Obama's down with it. Trump that made certain statements and publicly about this. He's the only president that I know that cut funding to the United Nations, to the World Health Organization, and to the CDC. Now, when you look into all the people that's behind this stuff, then you understand. That's why I was saying earlier that when I told you about Fauci, all of this stuff, they done put Fauci on the stand and all this stuff. Before, Fauci and them was not saying, when they said Wuhan, 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 Fauci at no point in the beginning said, well, you know, the NIH, we was giving them $3 million over a period of time to do called gain of function. If nobody knows what gain of function is, he was giving the Wuhan scientists who was dealing with the corona bat.
Whose money was that?
That was coming from Fauci's organization. He was giving them money for that purpose. Gain of function is taking a bat virus that was only going from bat to bat. Gain of function is taking it from bat and making it transmutable to humans. This is on record. So when I told you this.
Okay, so stop right there. Hold on. Show it to me right now. It's on record, so show it to me.
This is on record that he gave these people $3 million.
No, listen, Tar, I've heard the conspirity. Now show it to me.
He admitted to it. See, first when they
show it.
They said that.
Show it right now.
And see, that's the thing. So when I'm sitting here saying these
Tar,
things,
you've been talking about Agenda 21, and you can't show it. You can't show it.
Not true. What I'm saying is, what you have to do is stop. What you got to do is stop the pony show. Stop saying show it like you trying to make me look stupid on camera.
No, I'm not trying to make you. No,
what I'm saying is I don't like that.
I'm not trying to make you look.
I don't do that to y'all. I don't say show it to me. I don't.
Yes,
say
you do.
Show it to me right now.
What are you talking about?
Videos.
What are you talking about? What do you mean you don't say show it?
What I'm saying is this is a
no, Tar. You do. You do.
But
and
Agenda
you must.
21 is easy to find, though.
No, we
Agenda
talking, we
21.
talking
No,
about Fauci.
I'm talking about what he said about Fauci.
Right, Fauci,
Talking
this
about what
is
he said
on
about Fauci.
record. This is not conspiracy. I'm saying because I watched this from the beginning to the end, and they eventually, when Trump was blaming Fauci, everybody was too busy looking at him. Oh, he knew about it. Let's say he did. Knowing that a virus was created by somebody else, and you knowing it's not the same thing. This is the mentality.
So can
of
you
what
show
people
it?
want. Just because you know something
You know,
was done, that doesn't make you responsible for it.
where did you find the information?
That's the rhetoric that people was
Talk,
running with.
talk.
see?
We've all heard about Agenda 21. At least I have. Right now, we've all heard about the COVID in China. At least I have. I've
Right.
heard about the United States even funding some of the research, money from the United States. I've heard about a lot of politicians in the United States knowing about it. What I'm asking you to do is to show me exactly what you said about Fauci.
All right, hold on. I'm finna look
And
for
on
it.
top of it, you shouldn't take offense to somebody asks you to show it.
I'm
People
not
need to ask
offended.
you.
What I'm saying
No.
is, I've been saying this stuff to y'all for over a year, and before I met y'all, I've been showing up. I had a bigger channel that had all this stuff up here, and YouTube white.
Yeah, but Todd, that has nothing to do with it. I'm saying show it now. You're making that case right now. That's what I'm
that can be
saying.
shown. That's on YouTube. That can be shown. I'm talking about the bigger, deeper stuff that I'm saying, and because y'all or your audience is not aware of it.
See, this is what I'm saying, Tar. I've heard about this, Tar. I've heard about what you're saying, and I've also heard another version of that that's not exactly how you stated. That's why I'm asking you to show it. Plenty of people have heard about the United States working with China on SARS. Plenty of people heard about that. You see, but what's interesting is when you say there's a conspiracy behind it. That's what I want you to show, because people have heard different stories about it. That's the only reason why I'm saying show it, because I want to see the one you saw.
I got the other one, but I want to find the one that actually has the $3 million, because that's what we have to realize as Black people, is that we getting caught up in character flaws when it's obvious that both of them got problems. But I'm saying, when I make certain things, when I'm making a statement, this is not me come from me like I'm defending. I'm saying that if Trump is guilty of something, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Fauci. When I brought something up about Fauci, you asking, you gonna drop an article that he gave Fauci
No, Tar. The reason why I put Fauci out of the picture is because of this. Because Trump appointed him. If Trump didn't hear about all that stuff you're talking about with Wuhan, that was before Trump came into office. So you're trying to tell me Trump never heard none of that, and I heard about that. But I didn't run for president, but Trump's running for president. He didn't have no idea about that conspiracy. Zero. And he appointed the man? Is that what you said?
But there we have to assume or guess that he knew about it. The point, I'm not talking about that. So you building a point that has nothing to do with it. The point is, Fauci gave him the Wuhan lab $3 million over a certain period of time. And that
So why did Trump appoint him?
Why are you asking me that?
Why didn't Trump get somebody else if he knew that?
The point I'm making, you still deflected. That you asking me that has nothing to do with. That's like. Let me put it like this. Let's say
I'm trying to ask you the difference between Trump and Biden
this the point
on
I'm
the
trying
issue.
to make, because you keep doing that. If Fauci was a murderer and Trump appointed him, what does him being a murderer got to do with him being appointed? That's neither.
I'll tell you why. Tar, you asked the question. You asked the question. I'll tell you why. Here's why. Because you want accountability. It doesn't matter if he's a murderer. It doesn't matter what it is. If you think Fauci did anything wrong that disqualifies him, where anyone associated with him should now be suspect, you must ask the question that I'm asking. I'm asking, why did Trump appoint him? Why did Trump work with him if he knew that? He had to know it. You mean nobody around Trump, nobody said to him, hey man, you know Fauci got something to do with that Wuhan. You didn't hear the Wuhan story? But don't do that. That's a bad look, Trump. He's the one who worked with him. He could have got rid of him. And when you get rid of him, that's accountability. Why did he take none?
But we don't know that. We don't
No, we do know that because he didn't do anything about it. He worked with the man. He even gave the man an award.
Listen, but again, we're not there. We don't know the complexity of all these people's relationships. Because which Fauci did, I'm gonna pull that up. You got to realize how evil a person is to even invest in a killer virus, biological weapon, because that's what it was. That wasn't normal. That means he had to be working for some group of people who was just as worse than him. He's just a doctor.
So Trump is going to get rid of those evil people that he don't know nothing about.
How you going to get rid of something if you don't know? He claimed he didn't know Fauci was doing.
That's what I'm trying. That's my point entirely. That's the whole point I'm trying to understand. Where does it fit in with Trump or Biden? Where's the difference? So here's the thing. Why would either one of them admit to knowing anything about evil in the first place? Why would anyone do that? That doesn't make no sense, man. That's not something a person running for the presidency is going to do. But here's the thing. Once you do become president and you know the things, you can say one thing and do the other. You see what I mean? But Trump, Trump only did one thing.
But your
Trump did one thing. He didn't do the other.
You gotta look. You looking at it like it would be on me and your job. We talking about
it is our job.
No, this is what I'm saying. That works on a job like what me and you work at. You talking about a whole country that's filled with all types of criminals and organizations and people who spend trillions of dollars trying to shape how they want people's lives to come out. It's not that simple. So you got to stop doing that. This is not a job that me and you work on where we find that one of these employees is filed. You can go and report them. Have more chance of
you got to
than they would.
You got to find another way to deal with the issue. I'm not to tell you you got to stop doing what you're doing. What you have to do is prove your case. If I ask you a question, give an answer that makes some sense. What I'm saying is that if you believe Fauci was evil, then you should believe all of them are evil. You can't expect one president to have all the capacity in the world and the other one to have no capacity at all. They both have the whole system at their agenda. How is it that Trump could get access to files, top secret files, and he don't know nothing about Fauci? How is it that he puts his own cabinet together? He don't know nothing about Fauci. How is it that he got his own campaign people and they don't, even the campaign people, I mean, they didn't know nothing about Fauci? So this is what I'm saying. To me, it sounds like an excuse for no accountability on the issue, because if I ever had any opportunity to be the president, you got to do what you got to do. You see what I'm saying?
BB saying that, you can't.
Look, Trump, look, hold on.
BB.
Hold on, Jay. We talking about the same man, Trump, that told people to do what they got to do at the Capitol. And
but it's hard to say that a president can't just go in there and he may have to roll with things that he don't want to within his own party. I'm not defending him, but he could still know someone is not, but he can't do anything about it. And Trump really is an outsider.
Talking about Fauci, though.
Trump can't do nothing about. Trump couldn't do anything about Fauci, but okay, I get you. Trump couldn't do nothing about Fauci. That's fair enough. That's your answer. Trump could not do nothing about Fauci. So why you want him to be elected?
Who wanted him to be elected?
You want Trump to be elected, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So who you voting for?
I said in the group that it's beyond human beings. It just looked like human beings is doing things on the
So Trump, he's not going to do anything about Fauci. He couldn't do anything about Fauci. You have no expectation that he ever would do anything about Fauci. And so you want him to become the president.
Based on the stuff that I've seen and studied and seen, and then you got what they call conspiracy theories. There are military tribunals happening behind the scenes. And a lot of these people are being dealt with based on the things that they were saying. When the QAnon people was out, they wiped all that stuff out. Just like I told you that Biden them is getting the congressmen to give them the power to get rid of what they call disinformation.
So what you're saying is that Trump can't change none of that, right?
No, what I'm saying is there's a fight going on regardless, because I seen the information.
How is Trump going to change it?
What you mean?
If he becomes president?
According to the information and stuff that they wiped, a lot of this stuff got wiped out after Trump lost. They started wiped out.
Bro.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I'm trying to talk about the debate for the president. What we're talking about here is who should be the president, Trump or Biden? And we're asking critical questions to both. It's that simple. Now, what I'm hearing from you is that on one hand, you want to have the cake and you want to eat it too. You by default, you don't want Biden to be the president. That means you want Trump to be, but you don't think Trump can stop it. So why would you want Trump to be the president if he can't stop it?
But I never said I didn't want Biden to be president. That's the point. Like, you keep trying to give me an opponent because you chose Biden.
You're talking about Fauci during a presidential election, a person who was appointed by both presidents.
Again, that has nothing to do.
Where's it unfair? Where's the question unfair?
No, what I'm saying is Fauci did a thing working for somebody that was used as a weapon by the Democrats.
What is Biden and Trump going to do about it?
Well, Biden ain't gonna do nothing about it. Now, Biden's
not going to do nothing about it. What's Fauci going to do about it? What's Trump going to do about it now?
According to the information that I've read and seen, a lot of this stuff, Biden them had wiped off the net, off of Instagram, Twitter, all these places.
Again, what is Trump or Biden going to do about it? If this is your problem, what are they going to do about it? You raised the issue of Fauci.
This is everybody's problem. Did you have people die from COVID?
What? Yeah.
All right.
What
then.
did Trump?
That's a world
And
problem.
not just in the U.S., over here too. But again, that's another question. What I'm asking you is a very simple question. We're talking about this debate. We're talking about the debate because obviously myself, I'm going to vote for somebody. I'm definitely going to, and I'm not beholden to Biden. Why would I be beholden to Biden when I start off saying something like they're two old white guys and the country deserves way more diversity than that? But I'm also going to be critical about some of the differences. You see, I'm not going to just give them a pass. I'm going to be critical about it.
All you've been doing is dropping anti-Trump stuff. That's why I kept saying you're being biased. You can't say you're
no. I'm
Yes,
not
you
dropping.
have. You can't say no because the evidence is in the chat. I can pull up every article you didn't drop, and it's nothing saying nothing about Biden. As if
Here
Biden
we go.
nothing yet.
Here, check this out. Here, this is the last article that I dropped. Opioid crisis, right? That wasn't the last one. The last one was about, hold on. Did I even do that? Here we go. It's comparing how Trump and Biden dealt with immigration. Did you read it?
That doesn't still compare into what you've been saying about Trump versus that. Comparing them how they handled it is different from the other articles you put in there about Trump, about this and that, Trump. Even the last show I was on, Trump got convicted of 34. All this stuff you biased for Biden.
But listen, that's not bias.
It is.
Look, I didn't come out here and say that Hunter Biden should be the president. I didn't come out here and make excuses for Hunter Biden. I could give a fuck about Hunter Biden, bro. What I'm talking about is being critical about both candidates. Forget being biased. We're here to be critical about both. What are you going to do? Are you going to be critical about both?
You can't be critical and biased.
Are you going to be critical about both?
I've
Or you're
been
going to be
critical.
critical about? Okay,
I've
so
been
now,
critical.
so why are you not critical on Trump with Fauci? Because you're bringing Fauci up.
Because this is what it is. This is what it is.
You're saying that Biden, it's okay that Biden, you got the issue. Biden is down with Fauci. That was evil because Biden appointed Fauci and that was bad. And Fauci did all of this stuff and that was bad. And that's attached to Biden. And I say to you, Trump, he appointed him. He gave him an award. What I'm saying is, how is that not bad? And if you can't answer that, how are you calling me biased?
How is it bad? Because you focusing on a man being given an award versus a man who created.
No, I'm focusing on the man that got appointed by both presidents. The man that you said was evil. That's what I'm focusing on. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain it.
If he created a virus, which is on record that he did, he finally admitted to it, and they wore kid gloves the whole time. And this is on the record, the NIH, all of
Who
this
wore kid gloves?
Both administrations wore
Okay.
kid gloves with Fauci.
Okay. Right.
Because
Okay. So why are we talking about Fauci then?
Because he is a part of the conversation. I don't even know how the hell Fauci got brought up.
You brought it up, bro.
Because it was way back. I don't forgot because we've been driving this other point home.
No, you brought Fauci up. You made me look into him, and I was like, "Damn, well, here you go." Trump.
I know, but that was before I jumped on the live. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We continuing conversations from the comment section. But the point is, even regardless of that, the point is, if a person is doing something, and we both know that they both knew about it, but I'm not trying to say
I don't know. That's you who's saying that. Again, Tar. See, that's the thing about it. It's you that's saying Fauci is a part of an evil conspiracy. I'm asking you, what does that have to do with Trump and Biden in the presidential election? That's where this all came from. I'm trying to understand, how are they different?
Because number one, both of them was using that in their talking points. One was saying, well, I did this, other where the country was this, because that all of that was 2 minutes. That's why I said in the thing, 2 minutes is not enough for them to talk. And they should have a debate set up where, like how we got set up, where people can pause and go back and look at certain stuff. Because it's easy to say, yeah, when he got the economy.
Come on, man. They have the rules because of the last debate, man. If they didn't make no rules, there would be no debate. It would be no debate even worth watching. You know,
I'm just saying in general, because they do that too for people that go into the regular town meetings and they get them 2 to 5 minutes to try to express years of frustration of them not doing the right thing by the people. It's still too short. So I'm saying that
before they didn't have the rules, and they made it even shorter without the rules. So I mean, you know, that's the thing about it.
These debates are not fair, because when they start saying certain things, it should be where people can check. But that's what I'm saying. They don't want to do it where everything is going to be right, because what Biden said, yeah, he did receive the pandemic situation on his face. To the average ignorant person who don't know that all this stuff is all part of these plans, where we got people, Obama and all these other people. I think Biden, I know Bill Gates and them was saying 5 years from now, we're going to get a pandemic. And 5 years from the time they said it, it popped up. Viruses don't work like that. Pandemics don't work like that. Because they said the last time they had some close to the pandemic was the flu, and that was 100-some years to the date from that.
But Tar, the thing about this, man, and I want to move on to another issue next, but the thing about this is that people say a lot. You're going to go out there and you're going to see conflicting versions of this issue about COVID. And they're writing about it. They've been writing about it for years. So when you say people been saying this, yeah, and people been saying that too. But what does it? We got to get to the root of it. And what I'm saying is that it shouldn't even really be that. I mean, they're going to talk about it. They talked about it in the old one, and they talked about it today because it was a fact. Both administrations had to deal with COVID, right? But at the same time, I'm not seeing, the facts of how either one of them have a different position on Fauci. How either one of them, and especially Trump, since you seem to expect Trump to change stuff, I'm asking, why did he not do something about it? Why did he do the
One
same
second,
thing Biden did? Yeah,
VP.
that's
In the
what I don't
next
get.
section, sorry, could
Mhm.
we go for the points? So like the immigration, then the
Yeah,
drugs
nigga,
and
yeah. No,
NATO. Could we go into
let's do
when
that.
you're ready? When you're ready? When you're
No, no,
ready?
no, no. It's good. No, but that's what I planned on doing because I don't have that much time. Maybe 30, 40 minutes. Right. I got to stop at like 6:15. Right. But
Well, I got a little document that goes into it a little bit because the other videos on YouTube is like 2-3 hours long where they grilling Fauci on this same topic on multiple occasions. But it's a document that I just found, and I'll just show you the basics. Just hold on, real quick. And matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the link in the back so you can put it on the thing that people can go read it for
yeah, but
themselves.
I want to see the document first. I want to know who published the document. You know what I'm saying? I want to know where the document was disseminated from because the stuff I'm showing you, you're seeing that stuff. You're saying who wrote it, who published it. You're saying all of that stuff. So whatever it is, and I'm not saying that it's true, but you have the sources to be able to disprove it if you feel like it. So that's the same thing I want. You see what I mean?
VP,
When we review the document.
if you're gonna shut off, I will continue on my I'll get my laptop out in case someone wants to
But
come
that's
over
what
and
I do. That's what I'm saying.
continue.
That's disrespectful to me because I don't tell you or give y'all nothing without giving a source. To say
No,
that
I'm just saying that's what that as long as it has a source,
it
I
will.
don't have
I'm
an
giving
issue
you
with
an article that's from Science Tech, right? I'm gonna show
it.
the
Okay.
article so they
Yeah.
can see. I put the link in the back, but people have to go
Okay.
and do more research on their own so they can look at it because I've been already looking at this since 2019. I never stopped studying it, so I don't follow something for a little while and then lose touch with it. And
But
then
Todd,
when
I'm not saying that you do, and please don't ever get the idea that you think I don't. You see what I'm saying? Because even though I don't speak about certain topics, it has nothing to do with whether I've ever read about them, researched them, or know something about it. Me speaking about it or not, it's just I can't speak about everything. I want to speak about something we can use meat and potatoes right now. You see what I mean? That's what it's about, really. I know for a fact I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a PhD in medical science. You see what I mean? So I myself will not be able to prove it because I do not have a lab. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, the only thing I can do is research what other professionals say. That's all I can do. I don't know. I know that there's two theories about it. When you brought up Fauci, all I said was is that damn. Well, then why did Trump? They all to me they all seem like they were down with Fauci. So I don't know what the difference is on that. I'm looking for the differences. But here's the other thing. What's the issue? Like you said another comment about we're all racist. That's what you said, right? But is that to negate the fact that you need to combat racism in America and that we need diversity in these positions and in these posts? I mean, do you think that diversity doesn't matter? You don't need anybody else up there, including black people. Is that
I
what you
mean,
mean? And that has nothing to do with policy that Trump, Biden, they should not
no,
have diverse cabinets. They should not have diverse appointees, anything like that. Is that what you mean?
no, that's something we have to kind of go into more on a more thorough because to me, I can't answer that without adding the viewpoint that I'm coming from because I don't follow the racism way they put it in America because they play games with words. It's a nature thing, like I said briefly, but I was gonna do a build on it with Jade on a later date. But I just wanted to read through this real quick and come. I want to be respectful of the time you got left. But let me know if you could just see the article.
I can see it. I can see it.
And this is by Tech and Science by Ed Brown. Like I said, it's other videos on YouTube, but they are hours long, and they all are getting in Fauci's ass about his role of gain and function because they didn't that stuff was not said at first. In the beginning, we all was there.
Okay, but look, hold on. Let's just stop. Because again, if there's no difference between Trump and Biden on Fauci when they were in power, then and they're not speaking about it now, we shouldn't. I don't want to discuss it now. I want to get onto something that has some relevance to Trump and Biden. You see what I mean? Like, and it's okay that Congress, they should continue to investigate any single thing whatsoever. But again, just to point this out, this is the government. So do you trust it?
Trust them to what? To investigate more?
Yeah, this is the from Congress.gov. This is a government article, right? This is a government investigation into the issue, right?
But I don't read other articles outside of this. This corroborates what you will find other sources. That's why I said people go to YouTube and just type.
But here it is. It's right here. It's a House meeting, brother. It's a simple question. This is a government document. It's from a House meeting. It is. It's the government. Okay. And I'm saying, do you trust it?
I trust the document because it corroborates other sources.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. This is not, it'd be different if it's the only thing I saw. Then I'd be like, I get your point. But
okay. So I just wanted to know that. I just wanted to know. In this case, you trust it.
In this case, because I seen other things that was put out in the conspiracy sector and other people who was in the military, blah, 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 blah. And once it blew up, then I started seeing Trump started distancing himself. And then he started looking at Fauci, and eventually they kind of like amicably parted ways. And then people started seeing that, okay, this wasn't, because it was saying it came from China. It went from that to a bat, and then something got out. And eventually it started coming back to how it actually came about. And it was funding that came from America. So that is way better than how it started out. So that, like they say, all you got to do is follow the money, and eventually it's going to point. So, and then Fauci has a history.
But I think it was public. It was public, bro. They were funding that. This wasn't a secret. When they were funding this is all in the newspaper.
But we didn't know that though. When they
the only people that didn't know it is the people that didn't read the articles. They've been talking about that they talked about it when they were doing it. When they were doing the funding, they were talking about it. It was about SARS.
Well, again, this is what I'm trying to say. If that's the case, then the media still is deceptive because they did not run all of that extra stuff. The same way when Kobe died, right? On the front page of the article, they had the first case of COVID-19 in a small little box and had Kobe picture and death at the top. And that right there, I remember when somebody put that out there, and I went and looked it up. If the media knew, right? Because they still say SARS and all of that, but the point still remains when they ran the COVID information, they did not say, oh, we was already working on something like this called SARS. See, now you're moving the goalposts instead of looking at what they did, right? What they did, they made it look like they don't know where it come from. And then Trump and them start pointing, and by him saying it came from China, that was racist. That's why I keep telling y'all belief of what racism is from America's standpoint is when they say something racist. So if you say that disease came from this country, how is that racist? And this is what they do. You understand? People over here in America, they play these games and they move the goalposts of what a definition of it. Same thing they doing with transgender and all of that. Oh, I identify as this. or if I call you a male and you biologically a
But
male.
okay, but look, we can't talk about this all day. But I see this is something that really is like big, and but this is what I get out of it.
Because I'm
To
on
you,
the part. I'm ready to move forward to the part so we can go ahead on because it's right here. Because I was demanded to
okay, go
show
ahead.
something. So I just
Go ahead.
wanted to show so nobody can say, oh, he never brought the information up or whatever. No, this is one source. And please, if you care, go do research that Dr. Fauci funded Wuhan $3 million. All right. And then you go look at yourself and look at him telling lies in the beginning that it was not the word, we didn't need no mask, all that stuff. A lot of people don't remember. Fauci said it was nothing to worry about and told Trump it was nothing to worry about. And when nobody wore no mask after everybody got infected, then he changed it up. But he knew. This article says right here, the National Institute of Health, NIH, this is Fauci's stuff, has denied funding studies that would make a coronavirus more dangerous to humans after it was accused of doing so following the release of research proposals. The documents were obtained and released by the Intercept of Tuesday after it launched a 4-year lawsuit. 4 years when you have to admit some type of paperwork for them folks to give you information. The Freedom of Information Act, that's what it stands for. That shows you that's deceptive too, where you got to ask to get information about what's going on. Freedom of information. Richard E. Bright, Board of Governors, professor of chemistry and chemical biology at Rutgers University and laboratory director at the Waxman Institute of Microbiology, told Newsweek these documents show unequivocally that NIH, right? You got MU, COVID, variant outbreak. These are the links. Fauci, the director of the Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, right, NIAID, which is part of the NIH, told Congress in May that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Ebert said the documents make it clear that assertions by the NIH director Francis Collins and the NIAID director Anthony Fauci that the NIH did not support gain-of-function research or potential pandemic pathogen enhancement in Wuhan are untruthful.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It's meaning that he lied, that he didn't have
But what I'm saying is this. Those specific words that he said are to me, it almost sounds like on one hand, they tell you they're doing research with China on SARS openly. And then on the other hand, he says in specific words, these are very particular words he's using that he said they didn't do this particular research, this particular type of research. But everybody knows, or people should know, the US government funded research on SARS. It's just simple. Exactly what kind of research it is, I think that's where the underlying problem lies, and that's where I think there's some gray area. And there's some people that believe, okay, the US government funded, and helped create a biological weapon to be released. Simple. And other people say, no, they were working on SARS to prevent it, to create a vaccine for SARS. It's just that simple. Either way, you're doing testing in a lab. Now, I find it strange that we would be doing, I don't like that approach myself, you see, but,
it mentions what you say right here. See, when the NIH has denied its funding gain-of-function research that would make a coronavirus more dangerous, such as improving its lethality of transmissibility. In 2014, the NIH said,
see what that says, right? But you see what it says. They're denying that their goal was to make the virus stronger. That's it. They're not denying that they wasn't working on SARS. What they were saying, they were working on a vaccine, not to make, so it's kind of like, don't get me wrong. I'm not a doctor. You know what I'm saying? So I can't prove it. I have to only go through different researches, different sides of the issue. But again, where's it going to come down to Trump or Biden? For you saying that towards the end of Trump's campaign or his presidency, he kind of distanced himself from Fauci. Okay, I understand that. I don't know if it's ever going to get resolved, but I think it's something that is good that people got informed about it. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
And I think anytime we use money, U.S. taxpayer dollars, because that's what it was. It's not Fauci's money, by the way. Fauci did not give them the money. That's way simplified explanation. It's not Fauci secretly giving them the money. He was a direct.
He paid the money through his NIH. That's how they found out.
Yeah, but it's not his NIH, brother. It's ours. It's our NIH. It's the taxpayers' money. And for him to give the money, it has to be signed off on. He doesn't have the authority to do that. That's the U.S. government. And that's what I'm saying. It makes it sound like, oh, Fauci did something underhanded that nobody else was a part of. And no, man, people were aware of this stuff, man. It went through. Matter of fact, I even think they had some congressional, they have anything that has something to do with finance has got to go through Congress. Anything. You see, so if it's the U.S. taxpayer dollars, it must go through Congress. So, I mean, unless it's a war. You see what I mean?
But I'm saying, on the basics, the man, again, like you said, who's going to admit to certain things at a certain time? But he eventually admitted to it.
Nobody's going to admit to it. What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying, man. You got to get. That's why I don't go down that path, because it's almost unobtainable. You're not going to get nobody, But in any case, I don't mind looking into it. But let's
just move on. But I just wanted to put just to show that. But like I said, people build off of what I said. They should, if anything, what I'm trying to get them to do is just understand that these things occur, because a lot of times we talk to people and it's that's their choice and their will not to see. This is where the conspiracy theories, you can't get rid of them, because a lot of this dark, deceptive stuff that people do, it's not on the front line. That's not our reality. So when you telling regular people about things that do leak out, that's wild and crazy, most people be like, nah, they can't be true. And that's ignorant in itself, because that's like looking at movies and people think that the movies is not based off of real life. One comes before the other. Who was here first? Humans in life in movies, or the other way around? So it's just how they put it together and what people try to go and see. Like I don't fool the dog well, but when I remember that when you dropped that, but that's what it was. But again, those videos was all on these different sites for people to see. That's why young Pharaoh got in trouble.
Yeah, it got out. People spread it around. It was on Facebook, it was on YouTube, it was on all social media eventually.
Yeah, and they really got rid of just a lot. One thing, if they took away certain stuff like Pizzagate was real. A lot of that stuff was true. But people who think that the world doesn't act like that, and
but who says Pizzagate was real?
First of all, you had people said it wasn't. First of all,
no, but who says it was real? That's not what I'm saying. Who says it was real? You said people said it was real.
It was a lot of people, and once people started looking into it, that was real. Same way, Wayfair is real.
But look. What I'm saying is that we're going to get to the same point with these things, because at the end of the day, no matter what you think is real, the question comes down to what you're going to do about it, and what do you want Trump and Biden to do about it. So it all leads back to this debate. Do you want Trump to do something about Pizzagate, or do you want Biden to do something about Pizzagate? It really does, because I mean, or do we not want anybody to do something about it? They don't have nothing to do with it.
Even with the stuff they're talking about, that's not America's worst problem. Is border. That's dangerous, because anybody with intelligence, if you believe that what Biden is doing and it's okay, take the doors off your house. Take all the doors off your house. Take all the windows off. Take the doors off your car and all of that, and then tell me, do that make sense? So you got grown black people who I've seen that's wrong. They should let these people are not. And I know you know this. When you're dealing with international law, when a people is fleeing from their country, they supposed to be able to flee to the neighboring country, not jump over 6-7 countries to come here. Those people are not running from Godzilla over there. And that's how they framed it.
I mean, some of the people, man, I think it's like, I don't think it's that simple. I agree that it shouldn't be a situation where people have to skip over countries to get to another. That's not the way it's supposed to work. But I think it's also real that the reality of it is that a lot of these people do not get along, bro. Like, some people that live in Central America don't want to be in Mexico because maybe Mexicans don't like them. And I'm not just putting Mexicans out there. Like, there's different people. Just because they're not Americans doesn't mean they all get along well. You see what I mean? Doesn't mean they're all going to be treated fairly in another country, And a lot of times, just because they all speak Spanish doesn't mean that they're getting along with each other. So I agree with that. But I think the underlying problem, as far as like immigration, if you ask me, it's winners and there's losers in economics. And the US and China in economics, they're winning. The EU is winning in economics, right? But the EU and the US are really winning right now in economics. And the bottom line is, when you're winning that much in economics, people are going to try to get to the best place they can first. And if it's not the US, it's going to be the second best place or the next best place. And it's always going to come down to what's the risk versus what they get out of it. So a lot of people, they really do feel like, I mean, come on, if you're willing to fight for America and you feel like America can provide for you, and, then obviously you can see why somebody else would see that too. The only difference is that we're born and raised, our ancestors come from America pretty much. Our ancestors been in America. Mine have been in the country since the beginning. You see what I'm saying? So obviously I would hold some regard for it. My family, my ethnicity, also the other Americans too. You know what I'm saying? We got history. You know what I mean? Good and bad. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, but okay. So tell me this: you about the immigration. You think that it's that Biden's move to halt immigration? You don't believe that that's enough?
No, because like I said before, and I got videos on my YouTube, Biden is trying to get bodies to vote. That's why they're doing that. That's why certain states is trying to make it where they can let these illegals be able to vote.
No, Biden halted the asylum. That goes against that theory. That's what I'm saying. That actually they're talking about it right now. It's a lot of Mexicans, particularly that's in America. They don't like that, and they're voters. They feel like they're being targeted.
The point that he allowed all them people to come in the first place, and that in itself on it. Number one, that's illogical. Number one. Number two, you're not taking care of the people that's here. If you just look at all of the problems, regardless of all these policies, and the fact they keep making policies because all of the laws they make don't work because of how they do stuff, and they believe, America is a place of immigration. No, America is a place of invasion. Y'all did not immigrate here in the way they try to paint that lie still. So they running with how after they done abused us and everybody else to set up the country, and then they want to start from a certain point and be like, yeah, when they put everybody was coming here, but when you really look at it, you invaded. The same way people in South Africa, the Caucasian South Africans, try to paint this picture like, when we came here, nobody was in this area. And that could have been true, but that still was land belonging to everybody.
I doubt it. It wasn't true. I don't think that.
I'm just trying to give a benefit of the doubt just a little bit. But the point is, what they're doing, allowing people to come in, and they said 80-some thousand children have went missing since Biden let that changed the way they had it in the first place. I said this on your show before. A wall should have been built way back. Once they started growing, that just makes sense. Even if it was made out of wood or whatever. Why are we way up into the 21st century talking about finishing a wall with all of the weapons and drones and enemies that America has made over the years?
I mean,
it don't make no sense.
You know what I think? You know what I think, Tar? Oh, I think it's like it's kind of like the left hand and the right hand. They're ultimately at arms with each other because, you know, on one hand, the U.S. has a need for some kind of immigrants, right? But if you take the stance of keeping out people, that's fair enough, because if it's your right, it's your right. The agreements that they sign right now are humanitarian. Their asylum is supposed to be humanitarian, purely. It's not supposed to be anything else. It means your life is under threat of death, pretty much, somehow, whether it's starvation, persecution, something like that. So asylum is not supposed to be like, I came to get a better job. No, you're supposed to come because you ain't going to survive. You're going to die if you stay where you are,
Right.
or your family members are going to die if you stay where you are, something like that, right? But I think there's the other side of it too, where the U.S. says, it has a position where they're making money, they accept, and therefore they're accepting. They want to have a picture where they're accepting humanitarian persons for humanitarian purposes from all over the world, and not just asylum. They do what do you call it? Educational trade programs too. You see what I mean? Where people are coming for education. That's not asylum. That's a type of immigration, and then they're also supposed to go home when they're finished the education, things like that. But the U.S. gets something out of it in return, right? Now, I think I'm not really clear 100% on what they're getting out of it, but my thoughts on it is that if they wasn't getting something very clear out of it, they definitely would not be doing it. But it doesn't mean that it's working for the everyday people. It doesn't mean that the U.S. government. See, my personal thoughts on it is that I don't believe the hype that Trump puts out on it. But I also don't agree with how Congress and the Senate deal with financing, period. I don't agree with how they share the money, period. You see, if they kept immigrants out, I still want them to get rid of student debt in the United States of America.
Well, they claim Biden, when he said clearing student debt, they meant I seen this last week that he cleared the interest, not the debt itself, just the interest.
Yeah, the interest in the debt, because it's killing people.
Right.
It's dragging it on. It's dragging it on longer than. Come on, it's like it's one thing to get a loan, but it's for education. And if you don't want people coming into your country to take certain jobs because they're educated, because we do that too. A lot of people, like if we leave asylum out of it, asylum is humanitarian. But let's look at the other immigrants. It's loads of other immigrants coming from other countries filling positions that Americans aren't training people to do. You see what I mean? So we need some of them, but we can't. Okay, I understand the idea that we can do that better. We should be allowed to do that. But our government got to support us in doing that. And education is a part of that. We can't just be like, keep them out, but don't help us get ahead. We got to be like, help us get ahead, period. And
that's a working democracy when all the people have a say. It's like a household. You got the father, the mother, and you got some teenagers and you got some kids. The kids can't really make a decision, but everybody else is pretty much educated. When you're making certain decisions, everybody should have a say. That's what I keep saying. So they keep talking about a threat to democracy and Trump. You got to look at everything that they've been doing since they set up the country. It's always been a threat, because if democracy is the people, then they are the threat, because every time they did something to somebody that was Native American or black people, whatever, you understand, that was a threat to democracy themselves, because y'all went against the people. You see what I'm saying? And then establish all these dumbass rules and kept changing them as time going. Like you said, the power structure is still the same. You know, they still control it. Like I said, I would never vote for asylum.
The U.S. GDP is let me see. Let me go over to here. It's 20. I believe it's $27 trillion a year now. But let me just pull that up real quick right here. Here, let me see something. I could pull it up here and then go like this. Google, right? U.S. GDP, right? And this is the incline from 1960 to 2020, right? And this is 2022, I guess, now, right here, right? That's 25. This ain't even the lettuce. It's even up to, I think, 27 trillion now, or at least it was projected to be. But as you can see,
how much is our debt?
This is okay. Our debt is like what? Something like 2 trillion. Let me see something. USA debt, or 4 trillion. This is why, on one hand, that sounds like it's big, but when you compare it to the GDP, you could see, although it's high debt, you could see it's something the United States can deal with. You see what I mean? Look, it's 30. Hold on. Total federal government debt. No, this is the federal government debt. Hold on. National debt. What? Hold on. Let me get to the year right now, man. United States debt. Let me see. 2024. Let me see if they got any new numbers. Here we go. 34.5 trillion. That's 1 year's, or let's say that's 1.5 years of GDP, right?
And that's more than the GDP, right? Because the GDP is 24, right?
No, I said 1.5. Right. Exactly. Yeah, 1.5. It's like 1.5, just roughly. I don't know what the exact numbers, but it's over 1 year's GDP, right? Now, when I see that, right, and then I look at the debt, I mean the GDP, right? A lot of big projects, this is a big project, this debt. You see what I mean? And they're asking, but there's more big projects that have big budgets like this. They get done. There's big stuff that gets done. It is bad. It's definitely bad that the U.S. has this kind of debt. Because no kind of debt, this debt that you see right here, this is basically self-inflicted. It's because we're deciding to not pay our bills because we're having political conflicts over where to spend the money. You see what I'm saying? The U.S. GDP is so big, they don't need to have this debt. Look, this debt, a lot of this debt came because they had to raise the ceiling on the debt because they couldn't get funding another way. You see what I mean? The right way. So they get it the secondary way, and it's not good policy to do things that way. But, we are in that two-party system, and the two parties, they're going to fight it out to the end, or that's what it seems like they're going to do, until they get tired of it. You see, hold on. Oh, that's Jade back. You back, Jade? Okay, I'm going to take this one out. But in any case, I think the way I look at it is like the debt is self-inflicted. Yeah. And they shouldn't use the debt as an excuse to not do right by the American people in terms of social services, in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, in terms of housing, and in terms of job security, things like this, pension, in terms of not just pension, but workers' rights. I don't think none of that stuff is an excuse for the U.S. because so many places got it that don't have nowhere near a GDP like the U.S. So it's values we talking about. I'm sure you agree with that. It's values.
We on the same page, but I know that the system itself is corrupt. and it's not in the Caucasians' nature to create better, because when you look at their former kingdoms, it always ended with sex and violence and internal struggles. They, again, like the United Nations, had to adopt human rights and laws from other nations because the Caucasian didn't have that. So,
yeah, but we dealing with a slightly different thing, man, because the U.S. it's a Western country, right? But it's the most diverse Western country on the planet. You see what I mean? Outside of the UK, maybe, but the UK doesn't have the power, that the United States has. You
right,
see, so
because of the diversity and the pimping of the non-white people's talents and creativity, and they took advantage of that all the time. They was able to do so by the cycle and season. That's why America is great, because of what it was able to accomplish from non-white people here, and no other country can claim that, because of, again, but with diversity comes all other things that's break away from a country's stability. Like, let's say Saudi Arabia, they have most of their country is under Islam, so they can't have diversity there because it's going to challenge the Islamic law and all that stuff like that. And again, America fails in morality and spirituality because a country has to have people and its government have to follow the same spiritual beliefs if you want to maintain that spiritual struggle. Over here is not the same. Over in Islam or Arabia, if you break certain laws, it's a spiritual law attached to that. In America, you can break a legal law and there's no spiritual law to go with that. That's why people can fornicate as much as they want. But if you had a spiritual law that was in place, that if you sleep with somebody's wife or husband that's not yours, the penalty is death. So if you had these certain laws in play, you wouldn't have all this freaky deaky and side pieces and all of that, because America has got rid of that. And they'll give you man laws and replace the spiritual law. So diversity, that's why I said, when you look at diverse, the words they choose and they political stuff, it tells you a story. Like the word vote means to vote for God. This is how ancient Africans and other people did, because they had what they call a theocracy, or a pharaoh claimed that they was a descendant of God, right? Or gods.
But Tar, we got to talk about it in a way that inspires people to take action.
They try to. I mean, this type of action is not.
No, because now you starting to sound like you're telling people to not vote.
No, I'm telling people to understand that the words they're using, they need to know what they're doing. So when you looking at a person who's telling you I'm a Republican or a Democrat or a senator, the word vote, by definition, etymology, means to vote for a God. So you're
right, but by practical terms, yeah, but the practical terms is that's how they're going to decide how they're going to break the bread up.
Yeah, but that's practical, but it doesn't change this. That's telling you in code, the system set up. These people believe they are gods and saviors and all of that. That's why people go to them and say, "Please help me."
But
please, I'm hungry. I need a job. That's no begging.
But
that's what people do. Every 4 years, you go and beg a God to help you do what you could do yourself. That's what
okay.
I'm
So what you're saying is they shouldn't beg a God, right?
But yeah, they shouldn't, because what are we doing? Look, wait,
hold on. And so what you're saying is they shouldn't vote, right? Because voting, but you're saying voting is begging from a God, right?
That's what the word means. You're taking a pledge.
So you're telling people they shouldn't do that, right? So you're telling people they shouldn't vote, right?
I'm just educating them what the word means.
No, but we gotta look, man. We gotta keep it real, bro. We have to keep it real. You know that sounds like you're saying voting is a bad idea.
Do y'all think that on the panel? Because I don't.
Okay, so what would be the practical purpose of a person voting then? What's the good part of it?
All I'm saying is, y'all got to look at the history. That's like saying,
No, I'm talking about for you. Don't tell
no,
people research
because you
for
saying
you. Tar,
purpose. I'm trying
for
to. That's
you,
what
no,
I'm saying.
Tar. What for you? What is the positive points of voting in this election for you?
It's no what you mean. It's no real positive, because this only way voting will work if they counted everybody's vote, right? If
So,
it's
Tar,
300 million people in America, and you have 1/3 vote for this and 1/3, and they counted the votes, that make more sense. Not them going to the electoral college and all this old dumb shit.
but that's how Trump won
But
through the electoral college. He didn't
all
get
I'm
the
saying
majority
is
of votes.
that doesn't make sense when they tell you vote and everybody go vote, but
But
you're not
Tar,
counting the vote.
listen, I'm trying to get to where your problem can be solved.
You can't
So,
solve that problem because they created a way where you're not counting each person that vote. That makes more sense. If
so when
all
that
people
happens,
voted,
so do you vote to advocate for one man, one vote, or do you not vote at all? Which one do you do?
which one should people do?
Which
It
one do
doesn't.
you do?
It
Because
doesn't matter what I
either.
do. See, that's another problem
No,
too.
Tar,
Because
I'm saying, no, Tar, you're presenting the problem as you see it. I'm listening to the problem as you see it, and I'm asking you a question based on what you're presenting. So I'm asking you, since you presented that problem, how do you fix it? Is it to vote to change that law, to make it one man, one vote instead of the electoral college, or do you not vote at all?
that's a trap in itself, because we shouldn't have to vote for one man, one vote when it should automatically be that regardless. That makes sense. No, why we have to keep voting for something when you see it's a flaw? Because if they voted everybody's vote, nobody would have to go and do all of the dumb stuff that they doing to certify the vote.
Okay, but check this out. Check this out, Tar. It's a lot of countries that have one man, one vote, right? And if you look around it, those countries with one man, one vote, human rights matters even, and civil rights matters even more in those countries. It heightens it. The reason why is because with one man, one vote, the minority never rules. Never. They never have any say. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that I agree why the U.S. government did it. I think the U.S. government, I mean, it's just a thought. I believe that they let this Confederate bullshit hang around way too long. I mean, we're 2024, and in 2020, we just got around to removing Confederate statues, and they believed in hanging our people and enslaving our people. That's way too late, but better late than never, because our taxpayer dollars paid for that too. Those statues, right? Those kind of remnants to hang around. But here's the thing: in theory, they had that so that they could make the union stronger, right? They could bring everybody into the union. So they promised these Confederates that you will be able to have some say, even though you're the minority. You know, because the Confederates were like, why should we join this shit when we ain't gonna win? We ain't gonna have no say. What's the point? You want us to stop the war. How are we gonna have some say if we stop the war? And they said electoral college. You see what I mean? Now that doesn't mean the electoral college needs to stay, because guess how it can go? Through a vote. But if nobody's advocating for it, if there's no politicians advocating for it, actually, they even talking about the electoral college being a problem. It's an open problem right now. You know, it is an issue because just because you had the electoral college before doesn't mean it serves its purposes today. Before, back in whatever date that was, when the Confederates were around, the concept of the electoral college, it had a purpose. But now it doesn't serve that purpose anymore. You see, the union is gone. Those people are done. They're finished. They will never go back to that. You see what I mean? So what do we do now? The thoughts and the way that the country exists, people have changed so much, man. There's people that used to be Confederates now don't want shit to do with it. There's people that, the other way around. Maybe some people been, on the union side of it. and they don't want anything to do. But it's just a simple example. But things have changed so much more than that. So, I mean, are you saying that there's nothing that can be done through political action, like voting, for example, that can make the country better?
No, because the people are our natures are different.
Okay, but why would you vote then, Tar?
I didn't say I was voting.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. You didn't say you were voting, but I'm asking, why would you?
That's because people vote because
Tar, if you don't believe it, why would you do it? If you don't believe it works, why would you spend a second doing it?
that's not for me. That's the other people.
No, you.
Why? I never said I was doing that. Why you keep putting
Yeah,
that
but
on me?
no, because you never said that you're not. So I'm saying, if you're not going to vote, and you said I never said I wasn't. Okay, so are you? I never said I was. Okay, which one is it,
Right.
man?
I'm
Why don't you just?
I'm just looking at this point because
No, but
I see.
look, if nothing can be done by voting, then why would you even say you would vote? Why not just say I'm not voting?
At this point, I'm not.
Okay, well then you have it then. All right, so I'm voting just to let you know.
Because people like to be tricked. That's what's wrong with people now. They like to be tricked. They like the idea that they think they making a change. And all you got to do is just look back. All you got to do is look back, and then you ask yourself, did any of that stuff do anything for you? Did we gain since we started voting, or have we lost? And if you look at the way America look now, white, black, lower class, middle class, they all crying about how they losing this, they losing their sovereignty. See, it's other things that you have to look at that. When Bush went to Rio,
yeah, but Tar, it's not that simple, man. Because
it is that simple.
No, it's not, because places with one man, one vote are having the same problem, asking the same questions.
We're not one man, one vote. That again, all us being lumped in this country together, it doesn't work. When you look at everything that's been done, whether you go into the music industry, the job industry, Hollywood, you always see the disparages. You always see this group at the top playing the people at the bottom, and they use that generation to the next, and it goes and goes. So what I'm saying is, until our people wake up and stop running around in the mouse wheel or the hamster wheel, that's a game. The same way it was a game before we start getting into allowed to vote.
Okay, but Tar, let me ask you something. How much money does it cost you to vote?
It don't cost nothing.
How much time does it take to vote?
But it doesn't change nothing.
No, but I'm just asking, how much time does it take?
It depends on how long you got to stand in the line.
Okay, I got you. All right, Jay, what's up, man? Jay, you gonna vote, Jay? I mean, I'm voting because even if I don't believe shit changes fast, even if I don't have no guarantee that nothing is changing, I'm still going to vote and find out. But look, Jade, what's up? What you gotta say?
Yeah, I've never voted in my life, and I do follow a lot of politics, and I do follow it.
Well, you shouldn't complain. Don't complain about who the president becomes. Then
that's not true.
Yes, that's right. If you don't,
what you mean that's not true, Tar?
Because a person gonna be evil regardless. You think because I vote for somebody, they're gonna stop them from being evil? You think that stop all of these rulers around the world? This is what I mean.
That's why I don't vote.
What I'm saying that this is the mental death of our people.
So you wouldn't vote for the mayor? You wouldn't vote for the mayor?
That's like a woman with an abuser. If she believes she go home and cook for her husband and all that, he ain't gonna knock the shit out of her. That don't make no sense. It makes no sense.
Okay,
Voting
so you wouldn't
stop the evil of what you see.
In your local town for mayor or any other post in your state or in your town, you would not vote.
I heard all this stuff before.
No, I'm just making it. I'm just asking
because
I don't
they
know what
always
the
say on the local level, but guess what? A lot of stuff still got changed.
Tar, you make it.
If that was true,
Tar, I'm asking you. Does it extend to the local level too? That's all I'm asking.
You talking about to the top? Of course it does.
Okay, that's what I
Because
want
if
to
it
know.
didn't, all local level people voted. It'll be many paradises under the local level, and all the problems will be up here. But we know that's not the case, and there's
Yeah.
plenty of people vote local. But again, when you look back, and you look at the different levels, again, the government has power to make the small people do what it wants, and this is why, again, all that negativity and the politics and the politics that these people play, and how they can go in there and just change a law, and the people just follow it. I'm talking
If Trump,
about people following it.
if Trump could get in office and build a wall, and if his main point was to stop immigration, you wouldn't vote for him.
No, because because they it's not going to stop the real problem. Like I said, I think that this is, even though it's a problem, immigration and all of this, and how is economically putting a strain
Okay.
on working
All right.
people.
So you
and
don't
all of
believe
that.
nothing is going to work. You don't believe in
Yeah,
any
what
type
they're
of
doing
government.
is-
No type of law. No.
Because
just
what
no-
they're doing is they're doing whatever solutions they got are not the correct ones. That's why they keep this same issues keep coming up, president after president, because it's obvious they don't have the scruples to do what's best
No,
for everybody.
people don't agree. People don't have the same scruples, Tar. They don't vote for the same things. They vote against other things. Look, what's happening right now is you're very much aware of, people that are voting for Trump despise Biden. They think Trump can do something about it. You think those people are wrong because you're not going to vote.
No, they can do some things, but they're not going to be able to fix all of other stuff.
Okay, now it's all right.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at them,
Oh, you're not absolute about that. You're not absolute about that.
What you
You're
mean?
not-
They can do some
absolute
things,
about it.
either or. But what I'm saying is, we can have honest conversations about all the issues that don't come up, that they all could be talking about, and it should, like they use the word bipartisan. Certain stuff should just be the same across the board.
Certain shit is bipartisan,
But a lot of stuff should be a no-brainer for us.
but it ain't enough. It's not enough shit that's bipartisan. I think that's the issue. There's
Right, because
divide.
we got
There's
people
divide.
who work for us make more money than we do.
Right, but
that's
I
the
mean,
problem.
but Tar, if you listen to all of these things, if somebody came to you, it's really simple. If they came to you and said, Tar, what do you want people to do? Do you want people to earn more money? Do you want people to have a better pension? Do you want people to have safer working environments? Do you want families to have better access to housing? You would say, no, I'm not voting for you. That's what you would say.
They asking things that should automatically be understood. That's the dumbness of a lot.
But
of
it's not
politics.
It's not. It is not.
It's understood amongst
Tar,
those who understand.
there's no
You shouldn't
place.
have to come to me and
Tar,
ask me dumb
there's
shit
no
like
place
that.
on earth. There's no place on earth where anything is automatically understood, man. There's
If
no country.
everybody knows human beings need food, shelter, and clothing. That's worldwide.
But in every country in the world, there's plenty of human beings that don't have those things. Every country.
And again, if a person comes to them and asks them,
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying that's good. I'm saying
VB,
that's the
sorry
fact.
to cut
Yeah.
you. Could you put the polls up, please? Just so while you're talking.
Yeah.
Could
Yeah.
we-
Let me do that.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me see
sorry
here.
to cut you off.
Debate polls. As a matter of fact, should I just here we go. Oh, well, this is the entering stage. Let's see here.
I was actually thinking that. I think Trump was leading in the polls I just looked at.
Oh, really? What poll was that?
The Reuters.
Is that a pre-poll or after debate poll?
Let me see. I think it's if you check the Reuters website, I think it was the first one up. Not
Okay,
sure.
let me see here. Reuters, you said?
It says, oh, okay. This might be a different poll. this might not be the poll of the debate. I'm not sure. So
but they will be
Biden's
talking about
approval
it.
rating, it rose marginally, 37 from 36. They're saying that he could be stung by voters' concerns over his age at 81, and also disapproval of the support of the Israel's war against Hamas. When asked which two of the candidates had a better approach for the economy, the number one concern for respondents registered voters picked Trump 43% to 37%. And voters had been stung by several years of fast rising consumer prices through inflation has slowed considerably in recent months, and the jobless rate has been below 4% for more than 2 years.
Who is that? Reuters?
Yeah,
Okay, put it in the back chat.
I put it in
Let
the
me
chat.
see. Yeah. Let me see here. I don't see no post polls yet. I don't see any post polls. What about us? Yeah, but I'm sure they're collecting them right now. They're doing some kind of census taken to the spot polls. I mean, and even the pre polls are spot polls. It's not like they're not comprised of all the voters. It's comprised of maybe what a tiny percent from different regions, and then they try to estimate based on that. But
I put that
Snap.
in the back chat. The
Okay.
polls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me
so
see.
that's a great conversation you're having there. But I can both. I mean, I'm kind of fencing a little bit. I can both see where you're both coming from. But I do have a thing where I don't know what can change, even if you vote, and especially as like when black people vote. For myself, we're not really improving underneath any of these governments, underneath any of these religions. The only way we can really have something for ourselves is to we have to have our own thing. We have to, we've got to break away. And I know it's hard. But say for an example, if we all say was all back in Africa, then obviously Africa's got to change as well, because Africa is not away from colonialism and the politics of the world. But I believe the world would be a more safer place, would be a better place if people just stayed to their own people, kind of thing. And,
Man, all right, go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I think. I just think because we've tried everything. We've tried to we tried our best, and we didn't have a good start. And for places like, America, their kind of beginnings was started through an appalling act with slavery, and so for me, it's like a South African state, and then the British also made all their wealth through slavery, and also these kind of politics, or this kind of divide and rule, and this kind of wanting to rule the globe. It's kind of a British kind of the British kind of perfected that, and now the Americans have surpassed them. But they kind of share similar beginnings as a people. They both seem to be more concerned with what's going on in other countries than what's going on within their own countries. And we know, America maybe could survive without anyone else, but places like certain parts of Europe, they need to, for say like for food or for natural resources. So we'll be in a stronger position if we were back in Africa together under a new system. We start some new systems down there. And we can also trade. It's not that you can't trade, or it's not a thing where we're saying with the racial, where this the racist one-sided thing, which Tar mentioned to me, and I'm actually researching, and I think there is some truth in it, that this racism that is practiced is only a certain form of it. But the whole thing of being racist is basically you're taking care of your own people. That doesn't mean that you're going to mistreat anybody else. Yeah, I'm still looking into that. But yeah, I just don't see where it's got us. All this voting, especially black people, and we're always used when it comes to the political times. And that's my thought on it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe me, myself. I believe it's really like this. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantees in life. And that's why I asked, how long does it cost you to vote? I'm not saying throw your whole life into it. I'm saying throw 15 minutes into it. And then if you don't care, then what's the point in not voting? If you don't believe it works, what's the point?
Well,
You know?
okay, but for an example, the strong point, what we could do for if we were united as a people, we could hold back our vote until we get treated fairly, or until we receive something like that would be more of a thing. So it's maybe one person not voting,
right? But listen, I get that.
Does the voting actually help us?
I think when you're communicating, when you communicate about how you feel, right, it helps.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying only vote and vote no matter what. If they don't do nothing, vote again and just keep voting, and no matter what, it don't matter, just vote anyway. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that communicate about what you're doing so that something can happen. So if you're voting and you're going to vote, then everybody, let's come out and vote. And if you don't get what you want, talk about it and say, hey, this time we're all going to hold our votes back. That's called a voting block. But see, you kind of gotta, whether that strategy is going to work, whether you can implement that. I think, you first got to start off with being aware of the issues and being aware of the party platforms to even know what the party platforms are about, to know who the candidates are, to know who their party, the co-candidates are in the party, the whole party, across the country. Know the party platform, know the issues, because I think what happens is that a lot of people struggle with knowing the issues and knowing what the parties are for. And when that happens, and then it's coupled by the fact that you don't see any change too, that couples the difficulty, it makes it even more of an issue, and I think a lot of people go through that. And I think that's where democracy is having an issue. But I think the number one problem with democracy is money. In Western democracies, a lot of corporation money is what's basically creating the stagnant stuff and the emotions and the feelings people have when they don't vote.
Sharing of wealth.
Yeah, I think that's the core thing, because as you see, that GDP is just going to keep going up, and this 34 trillion, that's a new thing. That's not a historic thing. That's a new thing that came about for certain reasons, but I think we have to be able to do both. Just like you don't vote because you know the issues, you equally need to be able to vote on the issues too and know what the parties are saying. You know what I mean? Because I don't think one works. I think you got to be ready, be on your feet, be on your toes, and ready to do either one. Remember, the election's not tomorrow. You can still not vote if you choose, but not knowing the issues right, not knowing the candidates, and knowing the issues really deeply. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't even know what the hell the damn CDC is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't, there's a lot to know in government, by the way. That's another hurdle. You see what I mean? So I think you just got to be willing to do both, man. You got to be ready to do both, not just give up on one or
Al
the other.
Jazeera,
Be ready the way.
Al Jazeera said that US presidential debate 2024 updates is now finished, but they said that Biden struggles and Trump deflects. I don't know if that's a.
It sounds. I mean, I'm not going to say that. To me, it sounds fair. It sounds.
It
fair.
does. I kind of agree with that.
I think so.
I don't think Trump just didn't ramble as much in the deflection like he did in 2020, because I think what made at least he didn't do too much of the past, but I think that I guess he's a Gemini. That's part of their sign. But to keep repeating what you've done, that was not really necessary. I just think that Biden struggled with the voice thing, because he had certain times where it's just like he was struggling to get the word out. That's why I was saying what I was saying in the chat. But it was more together than it was last time. Last time Trump was very hostile. And I think that the guy who was doing the moderating was not being fair, because he was asking him things that they was already badgering Trump about his taxes. And I'm like, why is that even a question? Because the whole point was they should have just went and got his taxes. I don't know how he was able to get away from not showing his taxes all this time. Like, I didn't understand that.
I think it's I know what you mean. I thought that was kind of strange too. I mean, I think it's process. It's process. They got his taxes. They got his taxes.
And
But
evidently it must have been nothing.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's a security apparatus that had in the country that had that man's taxes. But procedure, how you go about getting them dictates what you can use it for. So if you're doing it to protect the country for national interest, getting his taxes, you damn sure can get them. But if you want to use it in the public, right, for some like an election or these other things, you got to get it the normal way that most normal people go about it, because there has to be separation there. You see what I mean? So I think that's part of the problem, But I agree with you. It's frustrating for people because everybody had to wait around for the man's taxes. And then on top of that, why should anyone have to wait? Why should voters have to wait? That is another thing. I think campaign reform, bro. Campaign reform. It needs to be
shouldn't cost
automatic.
no money. I think it should be free to run. I think that the states should handle as far as like flying them out and letting them, taking care of them and let them run around and say what they say, but it should be for free, because like you said, you got these people that's campaigning and cutting checks and giving them money. And like Obama came out of nowhere and was, but behind the scenes though, I knew where his money came from though. People just like his stepfather left him a lot of money, but they hid all these things. And when Trump was saying he wasn't American and was messing about his birth certificate, a lot of that was true. But I think it didn't work for him because, again, you being a white guy saying something about a person that's half black, even though it's true, it's like I just didn't, and it's like I said, I think the campaign thing is, I think campaign reform, I think one of the rules should be that entertainers and all that stuff shouldn't be able to talk about another candidate. Like they had your boy, what his name is, Robert De Niro. These people who got mad fans and y'all just go out. To me, that's election interference. When you go out and say, oh, this man is this and he's going to do this, I think that stuff should not be allowed for people to say that in the public. That should be up to the law and those who supposed to make sure, like the military, that these candidates have, they're vetted and they're not doing certain things. Because when you going out there and Ice Spice or whoever can come out there and you got, 10 million followers and you go out and blast one president, that's election interference. That's kind of like jury tampering to me, because people are hearing that and they're not even politically inclined, but it's still tampering with the public.
But Todd, I mean, they have the same mentality as the average Joe. The average Joe, I mean, is going to say the same type of stuff. It's not, Puffy ain't saying nothing great about anything. There's nothing deep he can offer on the election. You think if they ask Cameron some shit about any of them, what is he? An intelligent person would never give a damn what Cameron thinks. You know what I'm saying? Kanye West. Why would you care?
But I still think that's I think like maybe if it ain't let's say, well, okay, then let's make.
I think what it is that people just shouldn't listen to their asses. You shouldn't.
But it's still good. It's still. I just think that's a bad thing because they. But
look, Todd, how you gonna throw people out from speaking? In a democracy, man.
Because they doing it now. Right now, they going against it's the freedom of speech, right? So I should be able to say something about. That's for everybody. That's in the Constitution. I'm gonna show you how they don't follow that. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. So if I decide to say something against Israel or whatever, they shouldn't be able to say, "Oh, anti-Semitism," and then go have something done where I can lose my job. See this the stuff that they're doing. They're not keeping the Constitution up front. And they're allowing, again, now they can say same thing with Trump or whoever, freedom of speech. But then you can write a gag order and tell a person they can't talk. That don't make no sense, because it's either freedom of speech all the way across the board or not. And because when they do that type of stuff, that shows you that there's a power in play that's messing around with the highest laws of the land. And so,
man, it's true. I mean, it can have that effect, but it can also have the opposite effect. And that's the problem. It can have the opposite effect when you just allow people to openly rant. See, it might start off being like that you don't want it. You get tired of them saying, "Oh, you can't say this about those people." I want to say something about those people, and they're stopping me from saying something about those people. Okay, but then the same is going to apply to you.
And it should, but the law should come in if it's untrue, because like they'll say stuff like, again, from my point of view, when they go and they say, "Oh, Trump was trying to take over the government." Number one, what they did at the January 6th, that's not how you take over a government, because this country, like you can do that in Haiti, you can overrun that little thing and take over, but America. That's not the same way you could do that with America, with a bunch of people trying to stop a certification. It was already determined that Biden won. I'm just saying, let's take the scenario and run it that way. You can't overthrow the government like that. You have to take over the military and all of that, as far as America concerned. And that's why when Charlemagne them keep saying that, that's like, that's
okay. But Tar, what do you want them to call it then? It doesn't matter. It's still.
It wasn't a coup d'etat. That's what I'm saying.
The bottom line is you cannot do that. That's the bottom line. And in fact, they should, in my mind, they should have went ahead and stopped it with the same firepower they stopped any bank robbery with or any other act of violence. They committed the act of violence, bro.
And some of them
That's
did.
what they did. So why is it that some people can commit an act of violence, and see, if you allow some, then all of a sudden it's going to be everybody. So should we do that next time? Should the people that agree with one party go do it? That time it was Trump. Should the people that agree with Biden do that?
Should they
do that?
They're not going to do that.
No.
They did when.
Oh yeah, now you see, Todd. See, that's the problem right there.
when
Because
Trump
Trump
was
sat
in.
around talking about all these people in the cities having their rallies and and having their marches or whatever, and then they turned that and they called it. They said, "Oh, well, then they ransacked some stores or whatever." Okay, what's the difference? See,
I
the
didn't. Yeah,
problem here is called bias and it's called politics. One group wants it to be okay for them, and they don't want this other group to do it. That's the problem. And it's the same problem you illustrated talking about anti-Semitism. One group doesn't want anti-Semitism, but then why do we allow similar comments to be made about other people?
right.
It's inequality. It's
Right, and
inequality, and
you're not gonna,
inequality never works.
and we know we know it's not gonna ever get to that. That's a dream and a sick joke because you're not gonna get it.
No, but I'm saying it's inequality. Right now, it doesn't matter if it's always going to be inequality. The point is that it's inequality. It's hypocrisy.
Of course, yeah, I
you know,
agree with that 100%.
So that's the thing about it. So are we going to allow these things or are we not going to allow them? And it has to stay that way. You can't flip flop. You can't say on one hand it was good, but no, when the people that I just don't agree with, when they do it, I think that's wrong.
Yeah, I think both of them was wrong. When Trump was in there and they was going from city to city and being unruly and talking about defund the police and all that stuff, I thought that was idiotic. And then I think that what Trump telling them people to come down there knowing that they was mad as hell was not smart either. Because the way it turned out, even though they had some bad actors down there, but for the most part, it still wasn't a good look on him. And those people are still in jail, a lot of them, because they unlocked up like 800 of them people that went to January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And they still in there, been locked up. And he's speaking about it, that they were victims and prisoners of war. But you was kind of a part of that. Because I understand, but then you have to look at the big picture.
Prisoners of war. Prisoners of war.
Right. He said that in one of those speeches a couple of days ago, something similar to that. I don't agree. I think that.
Are you talking about Trump said that?
Yeah, Trump said that about he was going to release them if he get in. I'm like, hey, that's on you. But I still think that he should have never told them people to come down there, because even if it was bad actors there, people who was anti him, you set yourself up to be scapegoated in that. And he had the option.
It's not a scapegoat when you did it. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is he set himself up.
No, Todd,
to occur.
The man is choosing his speech when it suits him best. On one hand, he told people to go there. Then he says, but I didn't tell them to run in and ransack it. But then he said, but if they did run in and ransack it, I'm gonna release them all because they're victims. Come on, bro.
Right. But that's me and you can see that. We can see that. That's the point. That's why I say either way it went.
He didn't set himself up to be scapegoated.
No, he did. He by him doing
himself.
That, he set himself up to be scapegoat. He did that to himself. That's what I'm saying.
He's letting people know
in a bad predicament, because regardless of how it went,
he's letting people know he was down with it. I mean, come on, that's
but he got presidential immunity. So, and they saying Biden, because they trying to get him on some stuff. They saying they hope, he try to pull the same thing, because I think that should be thin too. See, this is what I mean about morality and spiritual laws are not attached to the stuff that they do. Because if you were in office, it's, again, I think presidential immunity is foolishness. That's like a bulletproof vest to do whatever, and then you can walk up. And
of course,
that I don't think that make no sense. That don't make no sense.
I mean,
because it just don't. The whole thing is crazy. I think
it's already, you already have enough power being the president. You don't need immunity. That's just giving you way too much power. It's just making a difference. If you're going to give the executive branch is a branch, it's the third branch of government. If you give the leader of the third branch of government immunity, you have to give it to the other branches too, the leaders of the other branches. So it doesn't make no damn sense, bro. It's a domino effect. He's talking out the side of his neck, man. He's not thinking before he's talking. But don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that makes Trump wrong about every single thing. I'm not saying that, you know. But how can you vote? Oh, he undermines himself. Anything that he's right about, he says something else where he totally undermines it. You see? And I think, that's where the issue is. Biden, you kind of know what you're going to get from Biden. You know what you're going to get from him. I mean, he's telling folks, and of course, he ain't perfect. And one thing that I think people should take note of, which I asked you, Tar, he's now stopped. He's held back or withheld the asylum process. He's halted it, the asylum process on the southern border, right? So the applications aren't being processed. You see
but
right now.
If they was doing it like that, I got no problem with, because this is how they got it set up, regardless how we feel about it.
No, but but like you said, that wasn't what he was saying before.
Right.
And so the thing about it is that for some reason now they've changed that, right? Now, why people can talk about why, and I think it's fair to talk about why, but it means that they recognize that there's a problem. You see? And that if they don't address the problem, it's going to affect the election outcome. That's what it tells me, and so that means what the people's sentiment is to some degree in the voting block matters to them to some degree. You see what I mean? I mean, at least right for the moment, until he becomes president, and then you see whatever's going to happen then, but it is a tricky game either way, man. I myself would be the last person to say that that having two parties is not damn close to a monopoly.
Yeah.
I think it's not right, and I think it's undemocratic. The only thing closer to being as undemocratic as a two-party system is a one-party one. You know what I'm saying? Where there's just one person is going to be, that's the only thing, that could be worse. And then after that, you got a dictator who's just going to be the president for life. Then that's what a one party system is. Essentially, it amounts to that. So we're one step away from that. So one step away from that is not a good thing. There's obviously a lot of corruption there. You see what I mean? Because corruption is going to exist where it can, where there's a betting for it. You see what I mean? And this two-party system, the way they got it set up, it's betting for it. There's no campaign.
How do you both feel about the part when they were talking about fentanyl? And also, can someone be an advocate for that if their own child is a drug user?
Mm-hmm. Good night, love me, Fru.
Good night, my bro.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Tar.
Yeah, I put the thing in the background, another article from the New York Post, where the NIH admitted to dealing with the coronavirus, even though Fauci keeps saying he had nothing to do with it. That's another article. See, that's all this old stuff that they've been hiding for years. But yeah, as far as this thing here, no government will work as long as the government and its so-called servants of the government and the people don't believe in the same thing, because that's the point. And because I know that Washington, D.C. was created with secret societies and all that, they have a different belief system than the people that think that they're voting these people in, because these people are doing all types of things. If you look at the building and the structures of how Washington is set up, the architecture, the Greek gods and demons and stuff they have all up there. You have to, I got a video or so that I did breaking that down, and it was a white guy who went in on that pretty good. And this is the stuff that we have to understand, that if we don't understand the philosophy, the true philosophy of the people that's in power, that's why it doesn't work, because they are beholden to a coven of individuals that's into dark magic, and that's what they do. So if you're ruling people who don't align with you, with your actual spiritual practices, that's also where the clash is coming in at. And the people who are unaware of it always find themselves slowly being brought into being up under them. Like, you got certain presidents, they'll vote for something even if they don't like what's in the bill. It's like stuff like that shouldn't be. It should be separate. If you create a law, you shouldn't be to embed inside this law sub degrees of things that you'd be like, well, you know, I didn't agree with X, Y, and Z within the bill. I voted for the bill overall, but it's stuff in the bill, and that's how they be, you know, stacking stuff in each other's bills. And when you look at it, and then it should be a certain amount of time that the whole nation of a country or whatever, or kingdom, should be to look at everything that's going on before they just fast track it through. But people are so busy working, nobody got time for that. And then they make the stuff so big that's part of the game too. All of that stuff should be 86 out of there, because when we don't have time to soak in, we don't know the laws of the land. We don't know the laws of the country, the state, or none of that.
I hear you, but I think ultimately it's, you know, these are issues. Government is there to solve issues and solve problems, right? Small, not problems people can solve themselves, but problems individuals can't solve themselves, right? But for me, it's the diversity problem. The lack of diversity is where the lack of trust lies, because the more diversity you have, the less corruption can even be hidden by any secret group, bro. You see what I mean? It's the same thing. The same reason why you can only, in the US, you can only be the president for 4 years. And if you want to do it again, you got to run again. And then after that 4 years, that's it. You got to find somebody new. You know, you can't keep the same people in there. Now, even with that system, it's too bad they don't have the same system in Congress and in the Senate. It's too bad they don't have that, because again, you have a thing where it becomes certain people are being trusted to do everything, and it becomes a small circle. And I think that's what people fear the most and creates the most distrust. You know, the more access the average person has, or the more closer the average person is to a senator in terms of access to information, access to to all these things, the more closer the average person is to the president in terms of access, knowing what's going on and having say in what's going on. I think it kills it solves that problem, of certain people being able to do these schemes and get away with it, while the masses and multitudes of people don't have no idea what's going on, But I mean, I'm trying to talk about it in a way to where, I don't believe that nothing can be done, and I don't want to encourage people to not do nothing. I think even if you don't believe, spend the 15 minutes, listen, and vote. Even if you vote for Trump, vote. Even if, it doesn't matter. If you think Trump is going to do something good, vote. But if you don't, find something to do, to be active with, because the thing about it is that somebody's going to get appointed. Do you want them to be appointed because you didn't vote, or do you want them to be appointed because you voted? You see what I mean? And at the end of the day, it's like people may not even talk about debates if they don't agree with voting. You see what I mean? People may not even talk about who the president is if you don't agree with voting, because if you're not voting, you're already saying you're out of the conversation. You see what I mean? It's just like being in a let's say you hanging around the mechanic shop. Why are you hanging around the mechanic shop if you're not trying to be a mechanic. You see what I mean? You know, what's the thing? You want to tell people don't do this and don't do that, but you ain't doing no mechanic shit yourself. You see what I'm saying? It's like we got to submit to something in order to change it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying people should have to submit a lot. You know what I mean? But a little bit of time and knowing the issues and trying to figure out what the difference is going to be. I'm not saying believe that all your problems is going to be solved, or even believe that either one of these guys are capable of solving half of it. You know, but I don't vote. I don't vote. I don't believe myself that Biden or Trump are the policy. I believe they're just the faces of the policy. They're not the brains. You know, Biden, he did say he's the Democratic Party. He approved the platform. But I believe the Democratic Party is way stronger than that. You know, no one person creates a platform. He didn't say he created it. And he may have approved it, but it's just in figuratively. It's just figuratively. You know what I mean? It's like you approve it, yeah, okay. What you know, sure you approved it, but if you didn't have shit to approve, what could you approve then? Who did the work? You see what I mean? Somebody's got to come up with the ideas for you to approve it, and that's what presidents do. They don't do all the thinking themselves. They sit back and listen to the thinkers and hear their arguments. There might be inside of the Democratic Party disagreement, different minds that believe things should be done a different way. And he's supposed to listen to those minds too, and then decide, am I going with this one today or am I going with the other one today? You know, so there's dissensions, and there should be dissension in all the parties, you know, but the US, we got two party system, bro. And dissension is going to also reflect that, you know, and that's, I just hope we get where it's more. Yeah, go ahead. I got to go, bro, but go ahead. I'm going to let y'all.
How do you feel about that? You know, Jill had to lead Biden off the stage again, and in the New York Post they're saying he did really badly. Biden.
Oh, really?
The Democrats, they're saying, are freaking out, and he also popped over to a local Waffle House in Atlanta,
Hold on,
Georgia.
hold on, no. Just keep it to tonight, man. What'd you say about what happened tonight? Just tell me what happened tonight after the
Yeah, that's what happened tonight. I'm talking about tonight.
Where's the
about
article?
polls and so the New York Post are saying that Biden, when he was at the Waffle House, he was asked how he did, and he said we did well, and also he said it's hard work to debate a liar. And he said that explained in his scratchy voice that I have a sore throat. But the New York Post is saying that the Democrats are very worried about this, what's happened. But I put it in the chat so you could actually see or show the people he was being led off the stage, apparently.
Okay, but it's a tabloid, you know, it's a conservative tabloid, the New York Post. So I mean, they're going to kind of lean towards Trump. You know what I'm saying? They did that on the big issues too. They even
no, but look at the post. They're not the ones that are filming it. Was Joe led off stage?
Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all dialogue because I gotta get dressed. Go ahead, Beverly. Y'all dialogue.
No,
hey, Beverly.
I was gonna say that the Post that's a rag paper. That's by Rupert Murdoch. That's the guy that owns Fox News owns the Post. So of course they're gonna make Biden.
But hang on, Beverly, have you seen the footage?
I couldn't, first of all, I have to say, I really didn't hear all of it because I hurt my back and stuff. I'm on pain medication, so I didn't hear everything. I fell asleep. But I'm voting for Trump. God, no, I'm not. I'm voting for Biden no matter what. So it didn't matter what. If they lead him off the stage, so but they lead him off the stage. I'm still voting for Biden. People ain't falling for that. Most people who know about the they know Trump. Trump is a liar. That what I did see with that Everything Trump said was a liar. He was just putting negative stuff out there that has been proven to not be true. Like the thing with Hunter Biden's laptop and stuff. All of that stuff, that was a lie. And I'm saying this because people can say what they want. That Burisma stuff, all that stuff has been proven to be false. But they're on this narrative thing where they figure if they say it enough, people will buy what they're saying. Trump Trump he was better than he was more prepared to lie this time than he was any other time. I've never seen him that well. He just kept bringing out the things he knows that are not true. He knows half of that stuff he said is not true. So I don't know. And these polls and these debates, in my opinion, do nothing. They do nothing. You have all these conspiracy theories out here. I don't buy into conspiracy theories. I don't buy into people, trying to prove their point with a conspiracy theory. If you listen to conspiracy theories, those things make, excuse me, those things are lies. They're so obvious when they repeat them or when they say it that you can tell this is crazy. Man, this don't mean nothing, So
So how did you feel about my I checked Al Jazeera and they said that I think I can't remember what they actually said, but I think they said that Trump didn't do that well, but they did have little problems with Joe as well. So did you reckon in this debate,
first of all, what you
Joe
have to
Biden
read,
did well?
First of all, everybody keeps talking about his speech, but what they fail to remember or they care not to remember is he's a stutterer. So when he goes back, he stutters. Yes, he's a stutterer. He's been a stutterer for his years. He said that he has to go back and he has to think his words. It's not that his mentally deteriorating. He's a stutterer. He's been
I
a stutterer.
did say that earlier. I was quite impressed with Biden. His mentally, Beverly, how do you feel about Biden being an advocate for the huge fentanyl drug abuse and his son being a drug user?
Well, it's just, I don't know. To me, that's not a problem. What his son did in his personal life is not his problem. And as far as him having a gun and not being not supposed to have a gun because he's a convicted, because he was a drug user. I mean, come on. You got a man standing up there with 34 counts, felony counts, convicted, sexual assault, rape for a woman he said he doesn't know, which he lied, and he paid a defamation lawsuit. He gave her hush money. So
all right, take them both out of it. So what about the drug abuse in America and the guns? What I mean,
everything as far as guns, everything that anybody wants to do towards gun control in the United States is blocked by the Republicans because the NRA, the National Rifle Association, is the biggest supporter of Republican.
Is that not a conspiracy?
Excuse me?
Is that a conspiracy there, Beverly?
Conspiracy of what?
What you just said. Is that right? I mean, some may say it's a conspiracy, what you just said.
You think it's, well, it is. I guess it is. Because the NRA backs the Republicans. They donate money to them. They're lobbyists to keep they lobby to keep the guns the way it is. They quote the Second Amendment, but the Second Amendment, but the thing to bear arms was when the country first began in 1776 or whenever it started.
I have another question once you've finished. So Beverly, what about sorry, I just want to get it while VB's still here. What about the war in Ukraine and the war in Israel? Should they be supporting these military wars, the Americans, or should this money be diverted back to the people?
America has always supported wars, and you have to have allies, because if you know anything about American history, and I say World War II because like D-Day, they had allies. The Allies defeated Hitler because Hitler's aim was to conquer all of Europe and then come and conquer the United States. So you have to have allies, so you have to support your allies. So God forbid if you need support, they will support you. I just don't like Trump.
Okay, and how do you feel about America supplying the Zyklon B that actually wiped out that was used by the Germans?
What, Zyklon? If I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken on this, but Zyklon, that was that you're talking about the gas, right? That they used in the gas chamber. If, from what I understand, that was Germany that did that. I might be wrong on that.
But are you aware that the Americans actually gave them the Zyklon B?
Well, I was never told that. What I learned about it, it was...
Well, I thought you knew about American history.
Well, I know about American history, but do you know everything about British history? No, I don't know everything. Plus, I've been out of school, but I've been out of school a long time, so I might have known about it and just forgot. So
Well, the Nazis basically were kind of basing their racial theory off an American concept. That was Hitler's biggest problem. He couldn't believe that Great Britain and America could actually accuse them of genocide of people, because they have a long history of that.
In Israel, I think Israel is committing genocide. They did. I mean, once you bomb the place, and they just keep going back and back. Netanyahu, his time is come and gone. He needs to go.
That's right.
To go. And a lot of Israeli people think that way too.
Who would you think would be more to get rid of him? Would it be Biden or Trump?
Excuse me?
Who do you think would more be able to... All right, for an example, which two of these, Biden or Trump, who would be able to de-escalate the wars in Ukraine or in Israel? Which one would you think would be able or would more...
Biden. Think about this. But it would be Biden. Trump is a convicted felon. If I'm not mistaken on this, now I'm not sure. I can't remember if they said 37 or 27, but I think they said there are 37 countries that by him being a convicted felon, he can't go to. How the hell is he going to be president if he can't? Because sometimes you have to go abroad to attend things like the conferences, the G7 and all like that.
He can go to Russia and China, though. He can go to Russia and China, and North Korea.
Right, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
it's more to the world. It's more to the world than Russia and China. It's more to the world than Russia and China.
I don't think so. I don't think it is, Pumpkin, to be honest. Russia and China are the superpowers. If I'm not
Right, but
mistaken, China is
there's
actually
more people to go to. What about Great Britain? What about
they're no
Africa
longer a
and
superpower.
stuff?
China
They don't,
right now is
Yeah,
competing with
yeah.
America.
But
you
guess
know,
what, Jay? There's more to the world than being a superpower too.
it
You
sure is.
know?
There's more
I
people
mean,
in the world, but he's
now I'm
not.
not saying they don't count though. They do count. They do count. But I mean, how do they count? How do they
Well,
count
I can tell you
exactly?
why. They balance really. I mean, if you're talking about allies, you definitely want to not be aggressive towards
But you,
these
but
people.
but look, you just said earlier. You just said in some of your commentary, you said that the U.S. people have this feeling like the U.S. is the police of the world. But who would stop the U.S.? Wouldn't they be the police of the world? I mean, see, I think some of the stuff is like there's a real problem going on, and I think a lot of times there's a lot of scapegoating. The U.S. needs to deal with its problems, but to think that China is out to stop corruption in the West or in the world, why don't they stop corruption in China? Why doesn't Putin stop it in Russia? Or do they want to be the police of the world too? See, I personally think when you're the one who got the benefits of the last World War, you're getting the benefits, and folks are going to hate on you. And when you switch places, folks are going to hate on that group also,
But
because that's what comes
Russia
with
won
it.
the Second World War, VB.
Well, they won it with the Allies. They didn't win it
No,
alone.
no, 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 no.
Exactly.
They
Yes,
basically
yes, yes, yes,
single-handedly,
yes. Oh,
without
get out of
America
here, Jay.
dropping
Come
the
on, man.
bomb, America dropped the first nuclear bomb on the planet. So that was one of them. But it is definitely fact that people don't want to admit it, but Russia won the Second World
Russia did not win the Second World War. The Allied
Yep.
forces, D-Day. That's what D-Day was about. The Allied forces got it. The America won. America won the. I forgot what I was gonna say. Lost my train of thought. America won the won Europe, the liberation of Europe, and they dropped the bomb on
Japan.
Nagasaki and Hiroshima to end the war in the Pacific. But the war in the war in Europe was won by the Allied forces.
So, Pumpkin, let me
was
ask you: does any Russian money come into
Russia
America?
was an ally. That's what most people don't realize about World War II. Russia was an ally.
Russia and
After the
China were
war,
allies. Russia and China were allies with the allies, with the rest of the
yes,
allies.
everybody got because
They were
Hitler was
all
a
against the
maniac.
Nazis, right? They were
He
all
was a
against the Nazis.
maniac.
And by the
He,
way, they all
That's not
they
true.
all killed a lot of people. They
that
all
is
killed a
true.
lot of people
No, hang
in the
on,
name
hang
of
on.
it.
The original axis was Germany, Russia, and Japan. Hitler
But that was the axis
decided
of
to
evil.
1 second, because what you said was not right. Because what happened is they attacked Russia, and that was Hitler's downfall.
Exactly, but
Then
but Jay, it's the same
Japan
history. No,
attacked
Jay,
Pearl Harbor, and
Jay,
that's
no,
why
no, Jay,
America.
Jay.
That is
That's the
not
whole.
why they.
Jay,
That is. Let me just say this.
yeah.
That is not why they dropped the bomb on those Hiroshima and the. They dropped it on the bomb. They dropped the atom bomb because they the atom dropping the atom bomb would make the war in the Pacific end quicker. It was a way to to make it.
And America were the last to join the war. Remember, they didn't join
They
the
were
war
the
at the
last to join,
start.
but they were,
Yeah.
you know, they were the last to join because they had an isolationist policy. If Japan had never attacked Pearl Harbor, America probably wouldn't have never got into World War II, to be honest, if they had not did. It was a lot of mistakes made by Hitler and Mussolini and all of them. They got power hungry. They were power hungry. And I'm just going to make a comment on some things I remember from there. And this thing about Fauci he knew about COVID. He knew it was all this before. All that stuff is a lie. That's all conspiracy theories. And this is the problem that's going on in this country now. You got all this disinformation coming out. People are putting this disinformation out there, and it's interfering with the truth. Nobody has common sense anymore. I'm just making a generalization when I say that. Nobody has common sense anymore. To me, it seems like the dumber the thing is, the more people go to it. They go to it. You can listen.
But there's no truth in it at all.
No, there's no truth that man started it. If you
the COVID,
if you
America
really
had
want
nothing.
to know how COVID got started, it started with the wet markets where they put their animals. Because years ago, I saw
That's not true. That's not true.
But you keep
That's
saying
not
that's
true.
not
That's a
true.
conspiracy. That's not true.
What's not-
that's been proven wrong. No, that is a conspiracy. It was an American lab. It was an American lab, and it was released by the Chinese. It was an American lab.
It was not released by the Chinese. It was how COVID was between animal to animal. There was a what do you call that? A famine in China. I forget what year it was, but there was a famine, a great famine in China. People didn't have any food. They started eating bats, these different animals, and COVID got into their system and stuff. The guy who told about COVID was a doctor, but he was an eye doctor. But when China knew this virus was going on for a long time, they tried to keep it hid. The guy got a letter smuggled out, and he gave it to the newspaper what was going on. They did it. Everybody wants to blame everybody for stuff. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is so crazy. That is crazy. And you can't convince me any different. And that's another thing. What people don't realize, we all have a right to our opinion. We have a right to believe, and we have a right not to believe. So you may think it's a lie. You may think it's a lie, and I may not think it's a lie. Which and some of it is possible. But then again, to just blame that man and say that man at least that's the stuff out, that's ridiculous. To do that, to say that, and the wet markets are the cause of it, where the animals pee down, they urinate down on other animals, and people eat them. So it goes. COVID was in animals first. It was an animal to animal type of disease. Then China had that, they got it, then it got in the body, and it just back and forth, And I heard Trump say how well he handled the COVID response. Please, COVID, please. He screwed that up, telling people to drink bleach. Come on, come on. I mean,
Well, he's not a doctor.
Yeah, telling people to drink bleach. And Trump is the biggest liar going. I listened to the conversation, what I did here before I fell asleep, because I wish I hadn't taken that medicine. But anyway, he's calling, this guy's the biggest liar. And I'm like, I mean, this man is talking about himself and don't even know it in there. So, my prediction is I may be wrong. I pray I may be wrong. I pray that I'm not wrong, but Biden will win for the simple fact nobody wants Trump. People really don't want Trump. You don't hear the common person talking about, they don't go to the common people and ask the people how they feel about what's going on. Would they want to vote for Trump? Trump wants the game. He wants to become president again so he don't go to jail. Because if he don't win this election, it's a done deal. Trump is going to jail.
What about the immigration? What do you reckon Biden will do with the immigration?
He's gonna do something with it. But like he said, he's gonna close the border down once they get 2,000 applications. He'll close it down. They'll process that 2,000 people. He'll process that. Then when that's from what I understand and what I've read, he'll do once they get 2,000 applications, they will close the border down and not take any more. They'll process that, and then they'll go back and get 2,000 more like that.
And what's your thoughts on the migrants theying federal aid?
What federal aid do they receive? They gave them money to get food. That they're not paying for hotels and stuff for them. And he's talking about luxurious hotels. Trump said something about luxurious hotels, and I saw what luxurious hotels. Those are old. They're old hotels that were closed. Some of them were closed. They reopened them again. They're not luxurious hotels, and they got those debit cards with money on it. I think with $5,000, which is not a lot if you live in New York. It's not a lot to buy clothes, and they gave them food stamps. The stuff is not. They don't get that They don't get $5,000 a month. That's a lie. They don't get $5,000 a month. And they don't get free housing and stuff. They live in hotels. They got to get out just like everybody else. After I think it's 90 days or 60 days or 90 days. They got to go like everybody else has to go. And he says immigrants are killing people all over the country. They ain't killing nobody no more than everybody else here is killing everybody. You know. So it was so many lies told tonight. It was I don't know.
And how do you think Biden got on with the debate? Do you think he done well?
Yeah. From what I heard, I think he did well. And he I think he did well. I do. But like I said, him like his speech, it doesn't have anything to do with his cognitive decline. It has something to do with him being a stutterer. So you can't go by that, And as you age, you walk. Let me see. As you age, you walk. Your gait begins to change. It has nothing to do with you having mental decline and all of that stuff. It's just your gait changes. So.
So you're looking forward to another? Is it another 4 years of Biden? And you're saying it should be a comfortable victory?
I think so. I think it will be. And then they were talking about the what's that? The people that can't give you all the votes, the Electoral College. Well, Trump bought the Electoral College because first of all, they need my reason for getting rid of it is because it's a bunch of to be old bald-headed white men. That's what I look at. I ain't never seen one of them, but They look like a bunch of old bald-headed white men to me. And they didn't want Hillary to be president because she was a woman. See how the Electoral College is supposed to work is whoever gets the most vote in the state, like I'll say New Jersey, if they get all of if they get the say Biden get like Hillary Clinton got the vote in New Jersey. She got the most. She won the state of New Jersey. So if they have 15, if they have 15 electoral college votes, Hillary was supposed to get it, but they gave it to Trump. That's how he won. That's how he won. It is one person, one vote, but the way it was done. But yeah, they don't want any woman in. They don't want any woman in to be.
That's the Republicans.
Yeah, the Republican Party has always been a party of the rich. I remember there was a show years ago when I was real little, but I remember this. It was called See It Now with Edward R. Murrow, and he used to interview famous people from that era, from the time. And I remember they had Herbert Hoover. He was an old man. I remember seeing him. He was President Hoover. And my grandmother hated him so bad. And we watched the show every week. Every week, my grandmother and them watched the show. And Herbert Hoover was on. She hated him so bad she turned the TV off. She didn't want to see nothing because she had she was what they call the whatever they call it. She had one of those, and she cooked and had her own little breakfast, bed and breakfast thing, and she lost all of that, and she lost her money. She had $500 in the bank, and I said, well, that wasn't a lot of money, but $500 in the 20s was a lot of money. Then, so she didn't like it. So, the Republican Party has never been, has always been, from what I've heard. And they talk about going to, what was about the Republicans, about the Democrats. That's another thing they talk about, the Democrats being the racist party, the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats who were Democrats turned into the Republican Party. That's what a lot of people don't understand. That's exactly what a lot of people don't understand. And because people think the only have the misconception that the only conservative people are Democrats. Are Republicans. There are conservative Democrats. My mom was a Democrat, and she was a conservative Democrat. My mother was a very conservative woman. She was very conservative. And people don't realize that you can be a Democrat and you can be a conservative.
You can be a mix of the two.
Yeah, you can be a Democrat, you can be a conservative. My mother was definitely against abortion. When they passed, I think they passed Roe v. Wade in 73, 72, 73, something like that. She said this is a mistake. She was against it. If they had to put it on the ballot, she would have voted against it. My mother would have voted against it. I know she would have. Because she didn't believe in it. But,
How about the taxes? The taxes was mentioned. What's going on with the taxes? What's Biden going to do with
but he gonna put it in place where it should be. Hopefully he'll put it in place where the rich people pay more than me. Why should a person that has all this money pay? I pay the same I'm just an ordinary worker, and I pay the billionaires pays the same. I pay the same amount of taxes that a billionaire pays, which it makes
Seems
no
unfair.
sense. It makes no sense there. I really don't think. I think Biden will win. To be honest with you, my feeling about Biden is he needs to go home and enjoy his grandkids and stuff like that. Just go home and relax. He's done. And he threw up that Biden said that people were super predators, which he did. And he said the crime bill was a mistake, which he admitted to. But people seem to don't want to, and it's the Republicans that keep bringing it up, and I can't see why any black person would vote for Donald Trump. I really can't. And see, people in my area, we know what Donald Trump is about. People in New York, they know what Donald Trump. Why do you think they found Donald Trump? Why do you think Donald Trump got convicted? Because he got convicted because people in New York don't like him. He's always been a con man. He's always been true. He's always been a jackass. He's always been that way. So it's just crazy what he does. But what wasn't a mistake, Donnie? You said that wasn't a mistake, and he said that it wasn't a mistake. He said that the bill was a mistake. The way the bill was written was a mistake. That's what Donald Trump said. I mean, that's what Joe Biden said about the bill, and he said he was sorry for that, the way it was written, because if the way the bill was supposed to work, it was supposed to be for low level. It was supposed to be for drug offenses, but it turned into something more, Yeah, they do. So I don't know. I wonder is Andrea still here or did she leave? I don't know, but it's really crazy. I wish I hadn't fell asleep. I took some pain medication because I hurt my back, and I didn't hear all of it, but I heard enough of it to know. And I actually don't care what Donald Trump has to say, because I've known from day one. As soon as Donald Trump said he was running, I knew who I was going to vote for, and it surely wasn't going to be. It surely wasn't going to be Donald Trump. No, it's not. Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, I did, because I'm in a lot of pain. I hurt my back. I fell asleep. I was so mad. I didn't even realize it. And I'm such a sound sleeper. I didn't hear everybody talking. I just happened to wake up and I saw the screen. I thought, oh God, because I had to lay down, because I have to lay down flat on my back. If not, I can't sit in the chair right now. So I'm sorry I wasn't much of a help to you tonight, Vic, but yeah, I couldn't do it. I fell asleep. And I wasn't, it wasn't intentional. I heard enough of it. So, God, yeah, but maybe next time maybe we'll do it again, and I won't fall asleep this time. Oh, God. And we've been having such hot weather here. This is my phone going off. Something's going on, some kind of emergency. Oh my God. Somebody snatched a baby in town. But yeah. So I don't know. Overall, I think Biden did good. So
Okay.
I think he's gonna, but I think he's just
I was impressed with him. I was impressed.
Huh?
I was very impressed with his. I thought he did well today, and I thought I saw a different Trump. It was nice to not see too much bickering, but I did see on both sides not really proving, what they're going to really do to solve certain problems like the immigration.
Well, you know what? What Biden's problem is what Biden's problem is. He doesn't have any support from the Republican Congress, no matter what he wants to do. They tried to go. They go in. The Republicans are going in on Biden on the immigration bill. When he put together an immigration bill, they didn't want the immigration bill. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
They want it. So, but then
are they just fighting against Biden? Are they doing politics or is it?
It's politics.
Right.
It's politics. It's politics. It's really politics. It's all politics. He needs to get rid of all of, and I think because nobody wants Trump, all these Republicans are going there. Do you know this Congress was the least productive Congress in the history of the United States Congress? They have not passed one single law. Anything, and despite that, Biden still managed to get work done on his own. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't hear you.
Kamala Harris, she's very quiet.
Is she's very quiet, you said?
Yes, I don't hear much about her.
Well, you never hear much about the vice president.
Okay.
You never really hear that much about the vice president. So,
just before we go, where would you rank Trump, and where would you rate or rank Biden in the presidencies of America? Have you got a favorite one, or
what? Who's my favorite? Who is the favorite president?
Okay, for an example, who's your top 3 favorite, and who's your top 3 worst presidents?
My favorite president was John F. Kennedy, because that was the first president that I actually. Well, he's not the first one I remember, but he was the first one that I was old enough to understand what was going on. And I remember it, and and John Kennedy, and I like George Bush, even though George Bush, the son, I thought he was funny. I didn't agree with his policies, but I liked them. And,
is that the dad or
the son?
The dad.
And I like the father too. He wasn't bad,
Okay.
but
Bush Jr. You like Bush Jr.
I like the son. Yeah, I like
Right.
the son. The son, he was funny.
And they were Democrats.
Huh?
They were Democrats.
No, Bush was a Republican.
Republican. Okay.
I don't have problems with voting for Republicans and stuff, but this one, there's nobody in the Republican Party, this Republican Party now, that I would vote for.
Right.
And see, there was a guy. What was his name? Oh, I can see his face, but I can't call his name. It was a lot of Republicans that I used to like years ago. Jacob Javits, he was a Republican. Different ones. I can see the faces, but I can't remember the name. So
Trump is one of your worst. You would say he's one of the worst.
Trump is the worst. The worst. You know, he is. Oh, Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter. I love Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter was he was too he was too what is the word I want to say? He was too clean. He was too clean cut, a fair person, and to be in Washington. Yeah, Jimmy Carter. You know, very, very. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. A very good president. The only president that in my memory, that I can be outside of Herbert Hoover. You know, I said, well, finally, Herbert Hoover could get some rest, because he held the title for being the worst president until Donald Trump came along.
And where was Reagan? Where would you say Reagan was?
Reagan used to be. Do you know that Reagan used to be a liberal?
Oh, no. I knew he was a film star.
He was a film star, but he was a liberal film star. He ran as a Democrat to try to be the governor of California, and he didn't win, and he turned into a Republican.
And what about Arnold Schwarzenegger? Would you, if he went? No.
Yeah.
And not Kanye West.
Kanye West?
Yes.
Kanye West, the rapper?
Yes.
Man, heck no. I can't stand Kanye. Kanye's stupid. Kanye, mother died, please. Oh no. And I liked Obama. Not because he was black. I just liked him. I liked the family. You know.
Right.
You know, they did Obama wrong too. Oh, he didn't do nothing for black people. Well, he couldn't do. Well, he was supposed to hijack the White House like Trump. Yeah. So, like I said, oh man, I was supposed to take this medicine before I went to sleep, and I went to sleep.
Yes, I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling too well, Beverly. I wish you a speedy recovery.
No, well, I need to go somewhere and get a massage. I don't know. I pulled the muscle or something.
Okay.
It's something.
You maybe need to do some stretching, or maybe go and see the what do they call them? The people that the chiropractor. Yeah, chiropractor.
Yeah.
Must cost about a lot of money though. Would you have to go private?
I got insurance. I have insurance.
Okay.
My insurance will pay for it, but they ain't twisting my back. My back hurts too bad. Then what happened too, I went out with my girlfriend today, and she she hit a pothole. We got these big holes in the ground, and I twisted it all over again. I said, oh,
really?
God. I told her I'm not right. The infrastructure here is bad, and Biden wants to fix the infrastructure. The rivers and the streets, they got holes in the street. Birds.
Really? What? And also, you're talking about the infrastructure. What about the water quality? How is your water quality going?
The water quality is bad.
Good.
It's bad. Everybody here drinks bottled water.
Right.
Yeah. Everybody drinks bottled water. You know, I have a filter, a Brita filter, a pitcher,
Yes.
and I put my water in and filter it and stuff. But
I'm not sure if VB must be commuting to work. He must still have his
He
laptop
is.
out. The poor
he
chap.
told me he's outside. He sent me a message and told me he was outside. So he must be commenting while he's on the train or driving.
Wish him
or
a safe travel.
doing.
So the roads are they're just I mean, is that a local government thing, or would that be underneath the presidency? Well,
Say
I
that
presume-
again.
say like is New Jersey, would it be like the mayor of New Jersey or the local government?
What, to
to
fix
fix
the
the roads?
It's the
Yeah.
state government. New Jersey
Right.
state government to fix it.
State.
They get the money from Washington. They get it from Biden. They'll give so much for infrastructure, and then you know, and Trump talks about the economy. All he did was give out those little what do they call it? Little checks he gave out. Those
welfare checks.
no, the something they gave. He gave. Oh, I forgot what they call it.
Was
Everybody
it during
was
the
like,
pandemic?
no, yeah, it was.
Okay.
But Obama had started it, and what the stimulus checks, and you know he gave them out, and everybody was saying, "Oh, I thought you didn't like Trump." I said, "I still don't like him." They said, "When you spent the money," I said, "Of course." I just felt like it was getting some of my tax money back, because you know, because I worked and I got some of my tax money back. I still didn't vote for it. And Vic just told you, he said he thinks this was the weakest debate I've seen all the time. You know,
no.
who's gonna win. Oh, you voted for Biden? Good. Vic said he's voting for Biden.
Big up,
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah. So he's gonna vote for. He's gonna vote for it. That's right. And I think a lot of people. To be honest with you, I'm voting for Biden, but he ain't my cup of tea either. But it's between an old man and a jackass, and I'll take the old man over the jackass anytime.
You're not calling Biden a donkey's rear end, are you?
I'm calling Trump the jackass. Is Trump. The old man is Biden, and the jackass is Trump.
Okay, and I didn't realize Trump is not too far off the age of Biden, is he?
78.
78. So
Biden's only 3 years younger than he is.
And who would win a golf match? Do you reckon Biden would do him in a golf match?
I don't think I've ever seen Biden play golf. I don't even think Biden plays golf. I don't know. Yeah, that's right, Vic. Vote for Biden. A lot of people, but Vic, you can vote in an American election and live in Denmark.
Well, I think VB's still a citizen of America. So, sorry, is he there to respond? Sorry, VB.
No, he's out. I think he's on his way to work, because you got to realize it's 6. He's ahead of us. It's about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning where he's at. And I don't woke up for the night. Everybody's getting ready to go to sleep, and now I'm up.
Yeah, we're
I don't
what part of the debate did you catch? Because I only caught the last part.
I caught a few. I didn't catch much of it, because for one thing, I kind of little say, if you go back and look in the chat, I was getting a little upset with Tar, because
I saw that. So come on, let's talk about it. You feel Tar is a conspiracy
that's
theorist.
not my thing. Everybody has the right to have an opinion and of what they like, but I just feel like he tries to make us believe. He implies that the reason why he tries too hard to make you believe what he believes. See, I don't like that. I'm a free thinker. I think for myself, and I think I think for myself, and I'm not. There's nothing stupid about me. I'm not illiterate. I'm not brain dead. I'm old, but I'm not brain dead. I don't have dementia. I don't have none of that. So I know, I just
I think for myself, with Tar, he's just he gets a lot of information and he's trying to share it. And sometimes this kind of information can be quite disturbing or can be quite quickly dismissed without people actually looking into that side.
right. You know, you can.
That's all I can say. I mean, many of his points I have to actually agree with him. Or if I
That's
don't, I
okay.
would
That's
look into it
okay.
before.
And it's okay to agree with him. It's okay. But because I don't agree, it doesn't mean I'm stupid. I just don't agree with what you say. You know? And he does that quite a bit. He does that. He does that quite a bit.
Well, I think what he was saying is that many times he's come over here and he's sort of experienced kind of backlash without people even considering or even doing a little research into what he's saying, which I think is a fair comment. I mean, if someone would like to disagree with someone, at least if you don't know, then maybe you should say you don't know instead of saying that it's a conspiracy theorist or he's wrong or something like that. And I'm not 100% sure if he's maybe he comes off that way, but I don't think he's actually trying to change our mind or trying to brainwash us or to say that we're stupid. I think he gets frustrated that he's sharing information and we're not doing our research, if you see what I mean, Pumpkin. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, that's what he's over. And I don't have no problem with that. But I have a problem with somebody implying that I'm stupid. Oh, you know this.
I don't know if he's done it. Let me have a look at the chat. Let me go back to the chat and have a look and see what was said. Let's go back and have a look. Let me go right to the top because I missed a lot of it. So, right, so we covered quite a bit. Let's get to yourself. So we got okay, for the first part, what about the climate change is a part of Agenda 21? Because you said something about climate change.
What is Agenda 21?
Okay, let me quickly put it into, and then I can tell you. 1 second. Agenda 21. So it says Agenda 21 is a comprehensive plan of action to be taken globally, nationally, and locally by organizations of the United Nations system governments. It also says that the main aims is addressing pressing problems of today and also aims at preparing the world for the challenges of the next century.
Okay.
So that's that part. Let's go down a bit. So he's also said something about super predators. So what was he saying about, what was he allying to?
See, I missed some of the first because I wasn't home and my phone had died, so I couldn't go on.
Let me go to your comments then. So that was around 3 o'clock. Do you know what time you got on? So I'll do it when you was on. Let me see where you are. No, you was there before then, I think. Where was you? I did see.
My phone died out, so I went out. I think because I went out to have dinner. Sorry,
Okay, so that was the Agenda 21. Then we had something about non-binding. VV said, so what about the environmental pollution? What's your thoughts on that? And how will Biden be dealing with that?
Well, that's what the EPA was. Trump did away with it.
Right.
He did away with it. So Trump is a mess up, to put it nicely. He's a mess up. You know.
He was voted in though. Pumpkin,
He was
wasn't he?
not voted in.
No?
It was stolen in.
Really?
The Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. The people who the old men, the old bald head white men of the electoral college, they didn't want to see a woman be a president, so they gave it to Hillary Clinton.
So run through that Pumpkin, because there's people. I've got people in my chat. Steve the Piano, he reckons that you're a nice lady, just to let you know. So I'm sure he would like to hear you talk some more. So you're saying about so they stole. So you're saying Trump?
The electoral college stole the election from Hillary Clinton and he gave the electoral votes to Trump, which he was not supposed to get. The electoral college goes, the electoral votes go. Each state has some. New York, I forget how many they have. I'm just going to throw out a number. I don't know if they have this many or not. 27. You have to come up to, I think, 250, 270, something like that. Anyway, you have to get a certain number, and then you automatically win. You win the election. It's the vote of the people. She had the vote of the popular people, but she didn't have the electoral college, which she should have had. But they gave it. Evidently they're Republican people, and they and they gave it to instead of giving it to Hillary, who should have got it. They gave it to Trump. Yep.
Is VB about? Because I got someone who wants to join the panel. I think he's because I'm streaming it on my channel as well. So yeah, I think it'd be lovely for you and him to have a little conversation. You know, Steve the Piano, from the UK. So I'm gonna try and send him VB's link. I don't know what I'm doing here. So Vic, right. So where's VB's? Aha, he's here. Okay. If I go like that, copy, and then paste it in. So yep. Okay. And so Hillary Clinton should have been in the
She won the popular vote. She was the people's choice. They gave it to Trump. See, and now I'm finding about Project 2025.
Right.
The Republicans have been planning this a long time for the conservatives to take over and take the government. So, and they never got, even though, like, okay, you had the Bushes and the Bush the father, Bush the son. You had Ronald Reagan and, you had conservative presidents in. The only person dumb enough to carry out what they wanted was Trump. So that's what made Trump. That's who made Trump the president.
Right.
And that's you got all these nutcases in here.
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna mute you for a minute. I gotta blow my nose. I don't want to blow.
Yeah, sure, go on. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I gotta get up. I don't have no tissue. I thought I had tissue. I don't have no tissue. I gotta get up. But
oh no. Yeah, go on. So yeah.
Yeah, but did your friend come on?
I'm not sure. I've just sent him a message. Just sent him a message. You can, you know, what you might. I mean, I'm not sure what VB's doing. You might have to jump on. We'll have to organize a day when you can come over to my channel and.
He's out of the house.
Right.
He said he's going. He's taking. You got to realize it's morning over there, and where he's at, it's like
7 o'clock. Yeah,
it's like seven, almost 8 o'clock over there. He's going with his daughter to the last day of school. He told me. He sent me a message.
So what was that? Was that proven? What you said about the interference in the electoral
college? Yeah, they gave the votes to her. They gave the votes to him instead of her. I mean, when he won, when they said he won the vote, they gave it to him. So, and yes, it was true. You know. So.
And VB reckons it was a. Yep, VB saying speedy recovery, Bev.
Yeah.
He's not thrilled that he's saying that the debate was the weakest debate he's seen. I thought it would be nice if they could actually get the public to talk to them, you know, to give them questions.
Nobody really, I think the majority of American people, are not for Trump. Even,
okay, I've got a great question here from VB. Sorry to cut you. So VB said, I'm for conspiracies, but they need to be something that will inspire voting, not lack of voting. And where I stood with the voting, I thought, with all this voting we do as for black people, I don't really see how it benefits us. What's your thought on voting? Everyone should vote or should be made to vote. I think some countries you have to vote. Would that be a good thing, maybe?
I don't know about all that. I always vote. I'm registered as a Democrat, but I will vote for Republicans. I will vote if they're right. I would not vote for any of these Republicans now. No, I won't vote for them.
Right, let me just phone VB because there's someone trying to get on the panel. So let me ask him. Let me phone him on his. You can continue.
He's not in the house. I don't think he's at his computer anymore. He said he's not in the house. He's taking his daughter to the last day of school. He
sent me an attach. Let me just try and phone him. I don't know. You can answer, or I can text him to ask him if he can put someone up because someone wants to join. Oh, hi VB. Oh, he's in the chat. Okay, so what do I do if Jade or Pumpkin can find it? I can add their screen. I'm not sure.
I wonder what he meant by that. Find what screen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he meant by that. VB, we don't understand.
I feel bad that I fell asleep because I was supposed to help him out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to you? I mean, we're all there, and you know, you could have actually spoken to Tar as well when he was actually here. I don't think it's nice to speak about people when they're not here, but
No, he was here when I was speaking. We kind of rub each other the wrong way, but you know, I just state my opinion. I don't have nothing against him, but you know.
Yeah, he's saying add the screen. I'm not sure. Is that to Oh,
I know what he means.
We can share our screen.
You have to take it like go to his platform and then like put it up. You see how how I think this is what it means. You see how we're on the panel? You have to put his up like that, and
come off my one,
and then I can add him on. I know what it means.
All right, I'm not. Oh, sorry, he was phoning me. Sorry.
He's calling you.
Yeah, he's phoning me. Hi, VB. Let me mute out a bit. Maybe I should mute here.
So what happened?
Yeah, so let me write another message to Steve saying that
Oh God, I'm gonna mute you for a minute.
Sure. I need to. Where am I again? Okay. Oh dear. I'm on. Oh. Well, hi, Ralph. Yeah, morning, Ralph. How you doing, man? There was someone just popped up there.
I don't see another person, but then again, it's not my
Just
life.
flicked up a while ago. Not sure. I think VB might be. Right, so that's him there.
Oh, it's almost 3:00 in the morning. I'm hungry.
Right, so that the person must have left.
No, it was.
I think VB's gonna stop the stream. Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
VB. If you want, I'm gonna be live, Pumpkin. If you want to pop over to my side.
First, when I come over there and I try to get on your live, I can never get on. I don't know why.
No. Okay, well, if VB stops, hang on. So, why can't you get on my lives?
I don't know. You did a live and I was trying to get on it.
Really?
And it was.
The problem is when I'm using my phone. When I'm using my
maybe
phone.
that's why.
Yes. So a lot of the times,
because it was a short, I tried to get on. I hadn't heard from you in a long time, and
I
tried
know.
to get on and come in.
I'm not sure how this is gonna work because I'm.
Well, maybe you can do a live, or I can do a live, and then the gentleman could come up.
Well, yeah. If VB stops, then I'll start another live, and then you can all come over there. Should I do that? I'll stop this one, and then I'll start a new one.
Yeah, we'll stop this. Well, he has to stop it. I don't think I can stop it. because it's not mine. I could leave, but I see Donnie is still with us.
Right, I'm not sure
Well, he
why.
was with us.
So I'm on. Right, so that's the 2024. See if I go. I don't know what I've done here. It seems to be a bit.
Man, I hate. Man, I hate this. I gotta lay flat because I can't sit in the chair right now. My back hurts too bad.
Yeah, I think.
You think if I started a quick live, he could come through?
Yeah, if you could do that, and then I can share it on my. I can do the same thing and share it on mine. Or if you start one now, and then see if I can jump over to yours, if you want to, or.
What about this? Why don't if I do one tomorrow night?
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we could do one tomorrow night, and the gentleman could come. I like to talk to other people.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice, Pumpkin, because that's the reason I kind of went live. I think it's very important to conversate and build a nice. There's lots of people that've got something to say, but I think one thing that a lot of the times we see a lot of people, or maybe say, you get to feel like a lot of people don't share the kind of same kind of. I mean, basically, there's lots more good people out there, and are want to have a good conversation,
Right.
and I haven't got haven't really got the connection. Maybe how Google is. So when you're on YouTube, you're only getting what you kind of like. So if you understand what I mean, and also I presume, depending who you are, they kind of push you into certain directions.
Right.
And then sometimes your paths cross. But I do believe that there's a lot of people that just want to just have a conversation, and especially yourself being in America and us being in the UK. I'm sure there's things you would like to know about the UK. And there's also stuff that we would like to hear from yourself, and not from mainstream newspapers. We would like to hear, people's actual views. So yes. How is the weather?
Oh man, it's scorching.
Really?
I went out last Thursday. I went out on the first day. We had a heat wave. Oh man, it was unbearable. I went to the outdoor market, the farmers market, and I was trying to look at fruit they had outside, but and the heat overpowered me. When I came,
be careful.
Yeah, when I came home,
the sun. Although the sun is good for you, but it's so intense. At certain times, you really have to cover yourself and be careful of the UV.
Yeah. I mean, it was It was brutal. That heat was horrible.
And so the farmers market, what was you looking to get down there? How is the produce?
It was produce, yeah, the farmers market. We went to it's a place called Brothers Produce. They have nice fruits. I bought a watermelon for $8, but it was worth it.
That's nice. So you can just cut it up, and that will last you a long time.
I don't know about how long it'll last.
But that's really good for you, though, the watermelon.
Yeah.
It has a certain water inside. I find when I put it in my water, it kind of really energizes, normal water. So I boil a lot of water and I put it in a jug and I cut slices of lemon, cucumbers, and watermelon. And I just find it really hits a spot different to the normal water.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a juicer. I've never had one before, but like a lot of fruit, like cantaloupes, honeydew melons, different melons. I want to
Yeah.
blend it up to make like my own fruit juice, fresh fruit juice.
The one over the UK that's very good, and my mum had one, is the Ninja. It's called a Ninja.
Yeah, we have those here too.
And you also got the food processors are good. I've got an uncle that's I've got two uncles that are they only eat fish, but one he's got like one of those massive kind of juicers, food
Yeah.
processor kind of thing. So, but I mean the size of it, the thing about the appliances for myself is the size. They're too big, and and cleaning them, and I mean for myself, I have a partner, but I don't have a family to kind of feed,
Right.
So something like a little small ninja would be good.
Yeah. So I guess Vic, I don't know if he's gonna end this or.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to. I'm waiting for him to finish. Have you been watching my espionage series? Would you like to talk to me about espionage? What do you know about spying? Have you ever met a spy before?
Have I ever what?
Have you ever met a James Bond or a American? Have you ever met anyone that works, say, for the CIA or the FBI or something?
No, I haven't. But I have met. But I do know about espionage. When I was younger, there was a very, very, very big espionage case, and at the time, it was that they sold the atomic secrets to the Russians.
Right.
Look.
What was
look
that?
At,
They made a film about that, didn't they?
I don't know. It was.
Let me see what that's called. What
Julius
the Americans?
I think they did. It was about Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. They were electrocuted. They were killed for.
They were spying for Russia.
They became a spy for Russia. Yes.
Right. Let me get that up. The Rosenbergs. So I've got category of American people. So yes, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. You got quite a lot. I mean, I done one about the UK. You had I think there's the Cambridge 5. With that. So so you had Julius Rosenberg. So born 1918 to 53, and Ethel Greenglass. They were electrocuted at the same time. So they were an American married couple who were convicted of spying for the Soviet Union, including providing top secret information about American radar, sonar, jet propulsion engines, and nuclear weapon design. So tell me what you know about it then.
Well, I know it was a big case, but there was something. I think that movie you're talking about is it called The Implosion? It's conspiracy.
Let me see if I can find the film.
Implosion, conspiracy, something like that.
Rosenberg film. Spies. I did watch one with Rosenberg spy films. I think there's maybe documentaries. Is there one called Daniel?
I think it was called Implosion or something. But there was some doubt that they were guilty. They had two small sons and they killed them. They killed their sons and they were put up for adoption. And they changed their last name to Mirpool. That happened when I was young. I remember my mother and them talking about it. Julius.
Did you ever see a film called Daniel? They're saying that 1983 they had a film called Daniel. I don't remember.
No, I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, the Book of Daniel, apparently by E.L. Doctorow. Yeah. Okay, so it's a 1983 film called Daniel. Oh my! So they electrocuted that, and that was on American soil.
Yes.
Oh my!
I don't, and there was something about the wife was. I think the wife was the dominant one in the whole situation. I think that's how it went. I think it was so long ago, but I do remember it. Let me see, let me see if I can do something to. Hold on, I'm still here.
Okay.